second now. So today, I'm just going to talk and assume that the viewers are here. We're going to be finishing up the greedy meshing. I'm currently working on setting up the benchmarks, so I might just finish that just because that's where my head's at the moment. They don't really do anything except like benchmark generating an empty mesh, generating a full mesh is all I'm setting up at the moment. Or like a solid mesh, because the idea being that I want to be able to put some optimizations in where if the chunk's empty, it just should return really quickly because it's empty, and if the chunk's solid of the same block, it should also return really quickly because the block is all the same. Now, technically that might require an additional algorithm to see if all the outside of a block is the same block, and therefore you can have a different inside, but that's a different step. Might require some kind of like check on the block itself to generate metadata like that, but yeah, then we'll continue on with greedy meshing. Then I want to generate colliders. But the important thing for today, this is the big focus of today's stream, is going to be adding a generic so that you can specify what data your generator function takes in, so that you can actually generate proper meshes. Because at the moment, my meshes keep getting shuffled around because it just generates them with the chunk ID of whatever chunk was next, which is just not a good way of doing that. Anyway, so let me finish up making this. So redundant closure, yeah, cool. So I can just say gen empty, then we say chunk, and then we say Phoxels. Interesting. Now, I think theoretically I can't get access to certain pieces of data from the benchmark, which is another good reason to do the benchmarker. Is I discovered that I have to use the PBR feature because it works in my game, but if I don't have the PBR feature turned on, it doesn't get turned on in the crate, and the crate doesn't compile. So it actually does rely on that feature. But so I was going to gen mesh, and we're trying to work out how do I publicly export the make mesh function. I kind of wish I could do this in some kind of way. Theoretically it can just be publicly exported, but I need to mod like dev maybe, so like I don't want to prevent people from getting access to this, but I also don't want it to be part of like the preload. So we can say like crate chunk. Apparently this is private gen mesh here, so we have to go up here and say manager. So you probably also need to be a pub only to the crate, and then it's called mesh. Nope, I had it. Mesh. There it is, mesh gen. So public to the crate so that I can get access to it to export stuff. Then we just say mesh gen make mesh. That we export that function so that we can access it from in here, and we say Phoxels dev make mesh pass in chunk. Right. Redundant closure. Okay. So I can just say do that apparently. Maybe that no. Okay, cool. So this is gen empty, and then we'll just do exactly the same thing, but we'll make a mesh where it's solid. Gen solid, and then this passes in get solid block. And so curiosity, I have to say stone, because in theory I could also say that get empty returns a block type empty, but I kind of want to make that like a weird thing. So this needs to be a closure, which is just going to be nothing. Returns that. Okay. Then we run the benchmark, which I probably should have deleted this stuff because otherwise the testing stuff I was doing is going to show up, but it's easy fixed. And then we're going to bring this over here so that you guys can see while we wait for that to finish. So I'm using the Critron, I don't know how to say it, RS, which is a good benchmarking thing because it generates like this index.html that you can go to see all your results, and then like when it finishes running, we always look at the old, this is like the example Fibonacci sequence. So it generates this at first, and then when you run it a second time, it generates this, which tells you like change since the last time. So obviously nothing changes, ran it twice. So this is just standard deviation. And it tells you down here that like no significant change. Like this is, there's a 50% chance this is a random fluctuations, which it is, because it's literally just run twice in a row with no changes, and it like it gives you all like this measurements and standard deviations and stuff like that, so you can work out like if something's causing a big spike over here, then it implies that there's something in your algorithm that if you hit a certain path it's really slow. I do find it interesting that there's these bumps in this, like there's this bump here and bump here, but like there's no outlier out here to make this bump, so I don't know how it's generating this curve that gets these two bumps that are like not at all representing the data, but who knows. Maybe it's some kind of algorithm that's gone like, oh yeah, there's this and then this, and like it's just detecting some kind of wave, but I don't know. It's obviously trying to fit the outliers in, because you can see that these two bumps line up with these two outliers. Anyway, is it done yet? Yes, it is done. So apparently generating an empty versus generating a solid is a significant difference in time. We go back here, we say gen empty. So it takes density, okay, was that like 5 microseconds, 6 microseconds to generate an empty mesh, and it's linear. Like the more iterations you do, the same length of time it takes to generate the mesh. And we go gen solid and go, ooh, that's interesting. That's got to be cache related. That once you hit more than 250 iterations, it starts scattershotting how long they take, which means that it's probably starting to have cache misses that are scattering the speed. Also, the line of best fit's almost certainly here, and it just suddenly gets slower. Interesting. That's something to note, because it's like a point that I can optimize, that if you're generating more than 250 meshes in a single run, it slows down. Anyway, let's actually work on over here for later. What we want to do, which is finishing up the greedy meshing. So I did change some things around. I changed some names of stuff just to make it nicer. I think that's all unrelated, so just added basic bench. Commit that. And then we go here, and we go, okay, so back to adding the greedy meshing, which is interesting, because I can then run it again and see if adding the greedy meshing slowed it down or sped it up, because it should in theory check less blocks, but it is using the hash map more. So if not current dot left, then we say do this, okay, and then bottom current dot set left. Okay, and then work it out. So we go if y is transparent. So if we're on the left, I think that means we're in the x plane. No, the left would mean we want to iterate through, yeah, we want to iterate through the z and the y to do the left face, because it should never extend into the x plane. Now, do I just copy paste? I think I just copy paste. We just copy paste all of the logic. This is all the logic for if the first block is valid. So that's here. If the first block is valid, do all this. Then we just need to say not bottom face but left face. Left face, and then we want to say that the x run will always be 1, and then we need to calculate the y. Statistically, I want to say that the odds are that you'll get longer runs along the z and then up the y, because because like if you think about the ground generating, the stone layers will almost always be like the whole chunk will be a line of stone and then up. So I'll go into the actual game and show that off once I've tweaked this. So data.block negative x. So we need this to be a z run, and then we need z to equal z plus 1 to chunk size. If data block is not the same as block break, if z, if so x is the plane that we're moving along. That's interesting. Wait, why am I checking if y is not equal to 0? Isn't y always? We're incrementing through the x, so I don't actually need to check that because y should never, like, not be 0. Okay, that's interesting. Now I want to go benchmark that and see how much of a difference not checking that actually makes. Probably none. The answer, the assumption is that it still works the same, but we'll work it out. So then we're going to say this is actually z run, and then we're going to go down here and say this is actually a y run. Then you're a y run, and you're incrementing y over y plus z, and then you are actually z, in z plus z run. Break the z loop, like y loop, break the y loop, and then again we don't change y. Okay, so f is, if x is not equal to 0, and we never increment x, which means x is always not equal to 0 if you get to this point. So if we say this and we want to say your logic is x minus 1. Interesting. This, I think, is broken because this implies that we don't do runs on that side. Like, if x is equal to 0, I know, or we check the blocks. We go into this if x is equal to 0. So maybe we do need to keep that then. Say if y is equal to 0 or block minus 1. Okay, so if y is not equal to 0. And okay, so it's skip this check if y is equal to 0. So we do kind of need it, I think. I'm not entirely sure. It feels redundant because we know that y is not 0 if we're in here, but that's not actually true because it's don't check if it's negative first. So we say if x is not equal to 0 and x minus 1 is transparent, is not transparent, break, and then we say z run plus 1, and then we set this and we say from left. So because we set the left, this is definitely something I need to do better because we're using a hash map and everything, which is just such a bad way of doing this. So why are you complaining? Fn once, what's different between from left and the rest of them? So it was from bottom and from left. That's interesting. What did I have? Oh, because I'm past parentheses in. Okay, there we go. So then we go y run, and then we iterate through y plus y plus 1 chunk size. I actually don't know if this is correct, actually, thinking about this. Because we're iterating through y plus 1, but shouldn't we iterate through all y's? No, because we checked the current y. Now, maybe? I don't know. So z plus 1, because we confirmed that our current square is correct. So then we want to go through all the z's to check, and then we go to this and we say, hey, if we found a run of z's, we say, hey, currently, right, and then we need to say, we're going to check one block up, which is why we go to y plus 1, and we say for the z's from our current z to the end, z plus z runs. Okay, if block is not equal to this block, break the y loop if y is not equal to 0. So it's I think this is actually if x is not equal to 0. That's something to check x minus 1, y and z, because we're incrementing y and z here. It is transparent, it's not transparent, break there. Okay, and then we're going to say then for y in for z in z. We want to say check xyz from. Oh, that's interesting. From left. What I just realized we never do. We only insert them with from top, from bottom, and just hope that we don't greedy mesh something. What this is actually supposed to be doing. So if we add a face, for loop, we need to go anywhere we have this. I need to find all of these. It's Control C, Control V. Anywhere I have this, I need to then add dot set top. So it's going to add a little bit of redundancy in the fact that if we don't, if we or insert with set and then set top. I think there must be a way of going like, if we don't get a value, do this. If we do get a value, do that. But I don't know how. Anyway, so not dot set bottom. So this actually will mean that we can have blocks that share a type of set left and set. Oh, well, it sets top. Wait, there's only 3 instances of this? This doesn't make sense. It's got to be more than 3 ways to get there. So this is Y run, Z run, pass in, that's, well, it's still Z run. This is Y run. Mismatch type because you need to do it as U8. Okay, so this is left face. So then set left on current. I guess no, so this is different. Why are you considered different? That's weird. It's like a formatting issue. Set left. Then we need to find the next one. We say set bottom, and then up here, this one needs to be set bottom, and then up here we need to say set top, and then there's obviously a check in here, which is here. We say set top. So I didn't notice it before because it only happens when you're checking different faces, and then at the moment the way our chunks generate, nothing has a bottom that also has a top, so it's not noticeable that we weren't actually setting the top. So we were always inserting because no blocks were sharing data. Anyway, that should add the left. So let's go run the game and see if that in fact did add left. A left greedy meshing. Ah, we need to turn on that other stuff as well. How do I do this without being really obnoxious? I think I'm going to add a feature and say, so we go to toggle toml, we go, can we add a feature called, pause standard position, and this is just equal to nothing, and then we say I need to go here, go mesh gen, and go this is only active when we are config feature equals standard position. So hilariously, the standard position is not going to stop me using my custom position. It's just going to mean that when we do stick a position, and we'll stick the custom position as well. So this will be the same. Where we say if standard position, push that value, and then this is the same where we just need to go end paste, get rid of that. Oh, no, put that back. Get rid of. Stop deleting the fucking whole thing. That, and then that. Okay. So then we want to control CU. Go to main. There we go. Hello. Can I please re-enable these so that wireframe works again? Nicely, these won't affect my benchmarking when I do that. But, we then want to go here and say instead, can we I guess make a new terminal. You say cargo run dash dash feature. I want to say it's something like this, but I don't actually know. Oh, don't need all that. We just want standard position, I think. Is this how you want something with features? Maybe. No. So, expected features. Okay, does not contain a feature. Wait, what? Okay, right. We need to tag that feature. Can I say Phoxels slash? No. How do I turn on a specific feature? So this we say Bevy. Okay, so I think you need the feature standard position. So we come here to our game, we go to games.toml, we go here and we say something like features, and then we say standard position, and then this is going to turn on Phoxel standard position. So then we can go, hey, can you just standard position? No. Okay. Does not have a feature standard position. It does. What do you mean? The package does not contain this feature. Did I not save it? No, I did. Package Phoxel game does not contain this feature standard position. It's right there. Cargo. What was the? It was like a thing that it showed. Like I want to say like, build, check, clean, new, init, run, add, run, test, update, search, publish, install, dash dash list. See all commands with dash dash list. Yeah, that's a lot. So add, build, bench, bin, install, build, check, clean, config, embed, fetch, fix, flash, generate, help, into, init, install, locate, insert metadata, outline the resolved dependencies of this package, reverse, creates using versions in okay, so mirror new owner package. Okay, no. Publish, no, read manifest, presentation. Okay. Report. Yank, version, update, install, tree, test, name is to search, Rust docs, dash dash Rust doc. What? Do it? Oh, it's like this Rust doc. Anyway, is this gonna then like give me something that I can look at? Docs, maybe. Crates.js settings. Where's the index? Screw main.rs. Nope. I'm assuming if I just open any of these, maybe I don't know. Fox game dependencies. Just, Fox game. No, it's gonna be. Oh, wait. In here. All F index. Pop that there. Pop this over here. Locked. What's this mean? I'm assuming it means there's restricted visibility. Okay. We then want to go functions. So I think I put that in the wrong spot then because it. Okay. So just go up to here, I guess. How did I do this? I said features. Maybe it's because I don't have default. Because that's all I did on this one. I just said features and then standard position, and then we go down to you and go, why the hell is that working on you? I said features, and then did I change the spelling? Is that what's just happening? Does it look like it changed? Nope. Okay, run the docs again. Go, did anything change when I reopen? This is not the right place. It's probably where I should have it open, but it's not. I'm going to go refresh now. Nope. Create buttons. Type structs. Nope. Functions. Nope. So why do I not have a... Can we not have features? Is it because I don't have default? None? Is that what's going on? No? Can I not have features on a... That's my suspicion, is that I can't have features on a... functions. Nope. The hell? Okay. Fine. Yeah, my suspicion is you can't have features on a, what are they called? Like an executable version of something. So let's say cargo run. So we just have to stack that feature in. It's going to recompile 10 crates apparently. Yeah. Yeah, so the only thing I can think is that you just can't have features on, what do they call binary? That's a binary. So like if I made it a lib, I'd be able to do it, but because it's not got a lib, it can't be done. I mean, I could probably do that. So we just go like here, we just go new file lib.rs, and then we go here and we just say obstruct just plug in so that this works, plug in init, and then we say game plugin like so, and then when we go build, and then we go to main here, and we just say sure, you can keep all that crap. And we do this, and then we just say app.add plugins Phoxel game. I think Phoxels game game plugin like that. And then we go to here and we just paste this in. And we go and cool. Oh, it looks hideous. We need to fix that, don't we? Player. Let's bring you down to 50/50, and we should probably also reduce the map generation size down to like 10, so it doesn't take forever to generate. Need to import, and then we, yeah, okay. Okay, and then when we run the game, we should then be able to specify the feature. Right. Yeah. Let's go down here and go. If we go inside these blocks, they should have like the left face. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, that didn't work, but let's just get this feature thing working first. And then continue on that. So we're gonna go like derive. No, it's config feature equals standard. Nope. Nope. Standard positions. And then we just go get rid of this. Now, 90% sure that's how that works. We say feature standard positions, and then we go do it. And there we go. No, okay. Maybe it's because I'm doing this and it doesn't have a feature curly braces. That's what I was doing wrong. I'm an idiot. Okay, that's good. So now we can at least toggle the wireframe on and off without needing to specify anything. So now to work out what's wrong with this. So looking at that, it's finding the X, but it's not doing the Y properly. So is that because it's inserting it wrong? So now we have the glorious trait of being like, we generate okay, so first up, let's just do a quick sanity check and go, are you doing this right? So if X isn't equal to 0, we can check down 1, so that seems good. And then we say Z run, and we iterate through all of the Z's from Z plus 1, because we already know that at least the first one is. If the current Z is not the same block, we break. If X isn't equal to 0 and the other block isn't transparent, just X minus 1. Correct, X minus 1. I believe so. Okay, then we say, now, my more pressing question is one of, I think it's right, because I think it's because you can see the left side, because when we're inside we can't see, we can only see the, yeah, okay. So if X equals 0 and data block, maybe we should set the scale down. That's in map here. When I do this monstrosity, this is generating chunks. Where is the generate map? And the setting order is important for later. Somewhere. And down here we say transform from scale, and we say vec3 splat 0.5. Okay. So close all these calculators. I don't know why I always end up with so many calculators open. Then we go back to here. We go, okay. So we check if it's transparent, and then, so if we get to here, we're like, hey, we've definitely done the Z. I think the Z's working because nothing sets. That's probably related. That would fix it. We were incrementing the Z run when we were actually doing the Y run, which would then mean it doesn't actually check the correct thing, but yet still sets the blocks as being checked. Now that actually confuses even more, because I would have thought that you would end up with a slightly funkier looking. Oh, we didn't run it with the right feature. Anyway, well, it's definitely rendering correctly, which is a step in the right direction. Now we just need to run it with its correct feature. There we go. Are you meshing one side? Oh, would you look at that? It is, in fact, meshing. And as I say, this, to me, statistically, like, X is most likely, the X base is likely to run on the Z direction, much more than it is likely to run on the Y direction, which means if we Z first, then we end up making the biggest square that we're likely to ever make, and then we go here, and there's... theoretically, you do end up with situations like this where it technically would have been better to check... Actually, I don't know what's happened here. It's not setting the blocks correctly. That's what's happened there. So as you can see, this one found the big long run, but it technically could have been even longer, but I think the number of triangles wise, so we shrunk that down. That's the same number of triangles. This one could have been longer, and then this one could have been, so that's actually technically adding 2 triangles, but if this one found that, then this one would have found that. So it would be the same number of triangles. Anyway, so this appears to have found a big triangle here and a big triangle here, which means we're not setting the found correctly. So you set it right. It's just you. Why have you 9? So you found 9. That's interesting. So why did you find a 9 though? Because that one should have set that to false, which I mean theoretically is worse, because you end up with a triangle here and 2, so that's 4 triangles around this whole thing, whereas if that one found it, and that one, that one would take in that, and that one would take there and there, which gives us, well, technically the unit would be taller, but that's irrelevant because that could be anything. Theoretically, this would be better to have 4 triangles than to D6 that would happen if it meshed properly, but I still want to know why the hell you're doing this. So, because this one's done it as well, right? You've taken up that, and then you've taken up that. Actually, you've gone even further, you've moved there. So, it's not setting the left correctly, which is hilarious. So, we iterate through the Z, block, Y. So we get to here, we set left, from left. Is there somewhere I'm not setting left? No, set left. If current dot left. So we set the X's as we, so it's not setting it when it's doing the Y, is the issue. So this sets our Y to greater than, to up 1. We then iterate through the Y, and we break Y loop here and here if data.block is not equal to the same block, and if data, okay, so this will break the Y's, and it's only if we get to here that we increment our Y run. So something's going wrong here. To be honest, it's probably, I know. I was going to say it could be related to whether the top faces get done, but again, none of these are actually doing top faces, so it can't really be that. So you're getting the Y's, but you're just not flagging the Y's, because in theory all these should go away. So one option is that you're you know, I just thought of something that would make this really easy, much easier to debug. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that this is added left G mesh par add left G mesh still and bug 2. Right, just so that if anyone's actually reading this, they know that it's not finished. And then what I want to do is implement the other feature I was talking about doing, this bit. Because if we implement this bit, then I can specifically only debug a specific mesh rather than having to be like just debug this voxel. It's like, no, I can specifically say, hey, if you're this block in this chunk, whereas I can't do that at the moment because there's no way of specifying. So what we need to do is go to, I think it's the manager, and then we have, this is Phoxel generate, which we don't care about. It's the nope, that's generation limits, Phoxel generator. So we want you to take in a T, and we want T to go here, and then T to go here, T and T, and then I think everything, so the generate takes in data, and data is T, and then we say pass in data, so you have to take ownership of it. Cool, that should all work. There's gonna be a whole bunch of things that are gonna break. So type annotation needed. Why do you need type annotation? T? No. T? No. Oh, yes, but that's interesting because you don't have a self. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Why are you not working? Cannot infer type of type declared on this struct. Voxel generator, consider specifying the generic type, generic argument T. Okay, so that means I'm going to need to implement this because the thingy can't. So we're going to say import component for voxel generator, except it's T, and then storage type. Wait, what? That's not at all correct, thank you. Bevy ECS component storage. Component storage. Oh, that's not what it's called apparently. Can we just go fuck off and let me? It's not type, that's why. Implement systems. It's a constant storage type equals Bevy ECS component storage type, and I guess a table. I don't actually know. Anyway, mutable equals immutable. I don't think I want you to be mutable. Thank you. You can go away now. You can go away now. I don't know what this is doing. And go away. Okay, so type, which is so it's not mutable immutable. Okay, so then we say T may not live long enough, so we need to say that T I don't know if you need to specify that T is static. I think we can just say here that T is static. Right, because it doesn't actually care. Yep, cool. So then we go, we probably want to type and we call it Phoxel generator data, and this is just going to be like this. Expected a semicolon. No, it's a trait like this, and then we go like this. There you go, and then you just need to be voxel data generator. Okay, cool, and then you would need the same, which I believe means that we need to say static like this, which then allows us to simply say voxel generator data like this, and that instantly fixes all these problems. So we need to say fn on insert, and then that just calls some. No, the fuck. You call on insert, which calls self on insert, right? Which then means the type annotation goes away because we've type annotated here, which means that we then know the type here. So T needs to voxel generator data, so which then fixes everything like that. Okay, so we still have our on insert, which just does that. We then come down here and we say so you need to take in like a T, which is a voxel data generated data, then you're a T, and you're a T as well, right? Which is the query and this, which is nice because it means that the actual chunk generation stuff doesn't care what generator you use. So then we call spawn, and then this is going to take in I guess to do for now. Can we just leave it to do? It's get data. Almost certainly could not be sent between threads safely. Generate is not send. I mean, generate is not send. Because this is not send. Okay, so you then need to be send plus. Okay. Now you're going to tell me that you can't do it because you're not sync, right? No. Move occurs because the value has type T, which does not implement the copy trait. That's why it's cloned. What do you mean unreachable? Yeah, but I'm cloning it. Cannot move out of shared reference. Remove occurs because value of has type. T, which does not implement the copy trait. Okay, let let generator equal chunk generator dot clone, which I'm sure it has the clone trait. That's cloning a reference to it, which is not what I want. Wait, dereference clone? You like, I don't know how it was working before. I think it probably just implicitly implemented copy. Ooh, okay. So we need to change you to chunk generated in there, and then we need to go here. We just need to say chunk generator and then generate. Okay. So cannot move out of shared reference move occurred because the value has, which does not implement the copy trait. Why doesn't it implement the copy trait though? I don't think this needs to have clone and copy. You don't hold a reference to T. Do I need to hold like a phantom data? I don't think so. You're an arc to a function that takes T. Can I not clone an arc to a function that holds T? So can we import clone? Then you're going to complain. Okay, no, so we need to say that T, where T is voxel generation data, and then we need to say T like that. Okay, now down here you go, hey, why? You can't dereference this because, okay, but when I call, okay, oh, fuck me then. I had to manually implement it, I guess, because the default implementation doesn't handle generics very well. And then we call generate, and then why are you complaining? Oh yeah, because this has a to-do in it, so it's complaining that that can't be reached, which is fine. And then everything else is fine. So we come down here and we go, okay, so when I state this, so we need to go to the chunk plugin, which is then going to need to take in a the Phoxels. Phoxel generator data and equals to unit is a good idea because that means that people don't need to specify it. Cannot find trait. Okay. No. What? Yeah, okay. So you need to say we need to add it to core, I guess. So lib. The idea is it should be implemented on anything that implements, I want to say query data and clone, I guess, because we need to actively own a copy of it. So block data, diagnostics, maybe we should add it to copy instead, because then we don't end up forcing people to use it. So pub use crate, it's a chunk, and it's manager. And it's the private type apparently, so we do manager and we go track down the type here, which is then hub, and then we go back to lib and we say voxel generator data, which again doesn't really do anything. We'll just need access to clone and copy. Okay, so then we go to our now here, and we say the trait, the type T is never used. Consider, yeah, okay. So this needs to then be this, and we say phantom data T. Okay, and then it's telling me, I'm pretty sure, T4 T that unit doesn't implement that. So Phoxel data generator. Okay, cannot be shared between threads safely. Does it need to be because it's phantom data? I don't get that. That's interesting. Anyway, then you would become. Well, that's not the right key combination. So that works really well, but it's saying that I can't share. T cannot be shared between threads. Lukai because it's applied. What? I don't get that, because surely phantom data would mean that it doesn't need to be accessible. Anyway, we'll probably need that for other things. So send plus sync is a very common in Bevy. You need everything. So sync. So send and sync, and then we go. Why are you complaining? Okay, so that's fine. I am curious if Bevy's going to have a problem, so we need to say Phoxel plugin. It's also going to need a T, which is a Phoxel generated data. Yep, because this. Oh, no, don't do that. That would be an interesting thing, but I'm going with phantom data at the moment. Phantom data T Q. So like so. Okay, you're still complaining because that unit doesn't implement the trait. And then we say T Phoxel generated data. And we pass in T, and then we go down here and we say when you do this, simply T. You need to derive default, don't you? Because you're a pain in the ass like that. It's got phantom data now. It needs to derive default. You better not tell me that this then needs default, because I'm getting phantom data of it. Default, just holding the phantom data. Function exists but isn't shape bound. It's not satisfied. Function cannot be called on due to unsatisfied trait bound. The function is the default no, because chunk data plugin is to the default. Did I not? The trait T, but it's phantom data. Oh my god. Wait, and you're then gonna go to this, and you're gonna tell me that phantom data needs the fucking no, your T and your T Phoxel generator. So right, so I can do that, but I can't call. That's fucking stupid. Anyway, so we generate this with type default, and then we go. Okay, so the only error left, I believe, is just that we haven't implemented this, which I think I kind of just want to say is anything. I don't know. Like I want to do a blanket implementation, which should then catch unit, but that depends if Bevy lets unit be used as a query parameter, which I actually have no idea. I've never tried that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go. Is it in manager the start chunk mesh? No, it's the start chunk data that we want to look at. We want to go, hey, you. Let's extract finished. We don't care. We want to start this one. Okay. So here we call a query chunk specific generator. So default generator. So if we make this an option, because I think somewhere down here we get, and then if let OK get, otherwise let some get, otherwise log an error. So if we then instead change this to the like option generated T, and then we need to specify that you actually in fact which one is it? It's that one. have a reference to T. Now, are you going to complain because T is not a component? Okay. I think that should be fine. I think I can then... maybe I feel like I need to make that a feature flag, but... yeah, I guess not, because... Wait. No, you're saying T is not a component. How... I think for now, I guess I'll just make it a component. Which is, you know, fairly straightforward. You really didn't like that. That's because I've broken that whole thing, and you're saying this still doesn't do it. So that's almost certainly going to mean that unit can't be used, because I'm assuming, I don't actually know. Can I chunk data to get query for a reference to unit? Is that going to work? No, because unit's not a component. That's fun. And I don't think I can do this. Oh, I can do that. Why can I do that? So I can query for nothing, which I guess means that you don't want to go with T on your reference to T. T is not valid in a query. Okay, so what does a valid query actually have to represent? So D has to be queried data. Interesting. Can I like do weird stuff and be like, where tuple what is it, like a tuple of box generated self comma wait this is getting really stupid. So it would be like a if that, except it's an option. That's what I was doing. Option this comma self implements query. So ECS it's a Bevy ECS query world query data. I think it's called query data. Is this a thing that I can do? Apparently not. So query data here. So we need to say pub trait. Okay, so that doesn't work. I think just simply because I can't get a lifetime and have a lifetime, and query data needs a lifetime, where self is world query. Interestingly, you don't have a lifetime. You're just a trait, which is okay. Fetch world. Okay, so that implies that I'd have to get rid of this lifetime somehow. Self is a lifetime, isn't it? Nope. So lifetime cannot be used. Keyword. Okay, yeah, fine. So underscore. No. Okay. Size of for value of type self cannot be known at compile time. Yes, but your size doesn't affect. Oh no, not self. Oh, it is self, isn't it? Okay, so A. Pub trait. How do I declare, like, I'm gonna say that this is impossible, but it was an interesting thought. I was planning to be like, can I define a like restriction where like this trait can only be implemented where implementing this trait would therefore yeah. But alas, it's not gonna work. Can I instead say query for t? Well, I guess it's just a query for t, and then we just need to say that not quite right. That's an interesting thing. We need to make it like a new type. So we need to be like struct Fox Phoxel generator data fetch, I think, which then takes in t Phoxel generator data, and then I don't know, does nothing at the moment. Yeah, it is some phantom data. Yeah. Right, and then we need to say down here, this is instead a fox fetch t, like so. Okay. And then it's saying that you don't have the required thing. And the required thing is that you need to implement query data. So we are then going to implement query data on you. So we're going to say like simple Bevy ECS query data. Right, for this, which is then t, we need to just say t is Phoxel generator data. Right, that it's not defined here. I spelled it wrong. There we go. So we go n, there we go. Okay, so you're complaining about what? Can we just say like implement missing members? Is read only. True. Type read only. The no drop. The read only variant of this query data, which satisfies the read only query data trait. It's just itself, isn't it? Itself. Okay. Your item is to return a option generator t and a reference to t with a lifetime of a, like so, and then we say shrink. This function manually implements subtyping. W long, W short. Okay, W long, W long. Okay. But do I need to implement this? Apparently. Self.fetch. Okay, and then entity, and then table row. An opaque new type of the table. Okay, so can we say, I'm assuming I can do something like table row dot something as you size. No, so this must be some kind of indicator. Opaque new type for row in table specifies a single row in a specific table. Okay, so fetch self item from either the given entity in the current table or from the given entity in the current archetype. This must always be called after world query set table with a table row in the range of current table, and after set archetype with an entity T in the current archetype accesses component regard in update component access. What? Okay, so right. So you're saying fetch doesn't work because I need to then implement self. Okay, mute self fetch, and then what is this fetch type? Pub type fetch, where in the world query in compute item self item from each entity. Okay. Straight bound chunk manage is not satisfied. The following. Okay. Wait, so you can't call self.fetch? Is fetch a trait? Obviously it's a trait in here, right? Unless query data needs to do something. Needs to probably implement world query. So I'm assuming I can't set fetch. Okay, so then we need to say like impl input t box generated data. So then this is going to be Bevy ECS query world query. Or now Phoxel generated data fetch t. This doesn't feel like it's quite right, but anyway. So we're gonna go simple missing members. Okay, so fetch. Type fetch. Per archetype state representation represented by that this world query to compute self for each. Okay. State. No drop. State used construct a self fetch. This will be cached into query state, so if it is best to move as much data components here as possible to reduce the cost of constructing self fetch. Okay, so I think that just equals nothing. Shrink fetch to do. So the fact that I need to implement that is kind of worrying. So your fetch type. So I think this is the data we need to get from the world is just well, nothing. No, that doesn't seem right. In option reference lifetime a box generated t. Wait, what? Yeah. T. Now, question is, does that work? Because to fetch. You don't seem to have to implement anything, so that's a bit weird. So shrink fetch. This function manually implements subtyping for the greater fetch. Okay. I don't know what this is about. It's like a lifetime thing. Also, you an unsafe trait. So what's going on here? I'm surely one of these is an unsafe trait. Yeah, you're unsafe. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. Const is dense. Returns true if and only if every table of each archetype matched by this fetch contains all matched components. This is used to select a more efficient table iterator for dense queries if they return true. Okay, so this is false because you don't have a set archetype, set table, update component access, in its state get state match component set. So it takes in state and set contains ID. needs it, so it takes in a reference to a component that returns Boolean. Matches component. Okay. Returns true if this query matches a set of components. Otherwise, returns false. Used to check which archetypes can be skipped by the query. If none of the components match, this is how archetype query filters like with work. Okay. So this would say set contains ID. I'm assuming because you're an impl that takes in F and takes in a component ID, which I have no idea how to get the component ID, which might be what we need to put in our state maybe, because I'm assuming when we initialize you, we can get access to the component ID. So that implies that we just need to say something like Bevy ECS component ID. So we just have access to a component ID, and we get in here and we go, okay. So you then just take in state. Okay. So that says if you match the component ID, then return true. So if it returns, okay, so I think that's how this is. So what it's saying is like, whoop, nope, don't do that. If this returns false, then it can skip this. But so what we're going to check is say, if this has our component ID, which is our T, we can return this. Okay, so get state, which attribute to initialize a state from the world query type using only access to components. Attempts to initialize a state for this world query type using only access to components. Okay, so get state is get ID of T. Anyway. Dot, is it register ID? Okay, components dot component ID. Right. Cool. T. Cool. So that does that, and then we see init state. So creates and initializes a state for this world query. So I don't get why. Can I like not do this? Like my assumption is that this surely has like a default implementation, like world query. Nope, it doesn't. I don't get that, because like surely init and get should be like, because all I'm going to do is say world.components. I guess we can just do it the same way, just component commands component. So okay, so we can't do that one. We need to go well component register component, right? And then we just say T. All right, so I'm assuming it'll call this one if this returns none, then it calls this one, is my assumption. So we call register component, whereas this one we call component ID. So we try and get it if it exists, and we make it if it doesn't. I'm not sure. Update component access. Okay, adds any component accesses used by this world query to access, used to check which queries are disjoint and can run in parallel. Okay, so it takes in state, and access. Okay, and this is a mutable filtered access required fixed bit set. Okay, filtered sets. An access that has been filtered to include and exclude certain combinations of elements used internally to statically check if queries are disjointed. Subset subtle. A read or write in access should not be considered to import a with access. For example, consider option T. This only has a read of T and does not otherwise okay. So this only has a read of T, and as doing otherwise would allow for queries to be considered disjoint when they shouldn't. Okay, so query mute T option U, read write T and read U with U. Okay, so this is then query mute T without U, read write T without U. For this, we could reasonably consider this that that the query are disjoint, but they aren't. Okay. Right. In order to solve this, the actual access that query has is read write T, read U. It must still have a read U access. Without the following, query would be incorrectly considered disjoint. Okay. Right. So we need to say something like access dot add component read dot add resource read component read, and then index is the component ID. So state. So I think we actually need to split state up, and we need to say like, can I just struct state, except it's a struct, not static struct, query state. And then so we need T is voxel generated data. I'm going to say plus component, and then I'm going to say that the voxel generated data doesn't actually need component, wherever that type went. You don't need components, because in theory, once I implement this, I can say only run this if it actually does something with the component. Anyway, so we go here and we say this plus this, right? And then we're going to say that you then have T component, which is a component ID. Well, I guess this is a data component. Wait, no. It's not quite that. And we'll get there. It's you need to then implement query data, I think it's what they actually need you to be. Maybe, I don't know. So then this needs to be I have no idea what, maybe query state's already taken, so. Make a new data struct. I have no idea what this is complaining about. So marker. Come on. Underscore. Okay. Why are you complaining? That's because that's not where that goes. That's where that goes. Data state T, where T is also inherits query data. Qualify query data. Okay, so then we need a data component, and then we also need what else do we need access to? The generator component, and then this was weirdly structured. Okay, so then you need to become that can be your fetch, I guess. Data state T, and so that you're only T plus Bevy ECS query data. Right, I'm assuming query data. So if I in T, okay. Fetch shape world query requires an unsafe import. Okay, so unsafe import. Okay, now you're stop complaining. Okay, so then we have our, we will return our option Fox generated T and a reference to T. Can I say like, and a reference to T item dash A, right? So that's your fetch. So you return type parameter. Okay, retrieved by the world query to compute self.item. So why are you complaining? Clone is not satisfied in. Okay. So fetch needs to implement clone, I guess. I don't know. Does item need to implement clone? Like what is actually restricting me here? All right, fine. We're just gonna still give it like a reference to a T. Hope that we can get away with whatever the hell this is. All right, so it needs to implement query data. Right. We're still getting there. All right, so then we say set archetype init fetch. Okay, so we're working away from up. So it's saying T is not a component. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so I guess we again need like a separate thing. I don't know. What I need to rely on is the fact that you have access to query data, right? Which means that in theory, because query data requires you to implement up the top. Query data requires world query. Means we could, in theory, do something like matches state, and then self state. So then, what we'd actually need is match state. I don't know if this is going to work. So then this would be a fn bool, something like this. I need reference to a state. I don't think it's going to work very well because I don't know what the state of a random tuple query is. Yeah, it's getting really complicated. What am I? The issue is I'm not entirely sure what I'm trying to do. So I think this will work. So I think this still should just be fine. So then we want to say state dot data component. Component. All right. What do you mean? So reference to chunk. There's quite clearly there. It has a field with a similar. Oh, okay. Yeah, there. All right, so that's our match working again. So now we need to somehow work out optional self state. We need to say let gen state id equal components dot get resource ID. No. Component ID. I don't think we can register components here. I assume we can't register components here. So then we want to say this is component ID of voxel generator T. Oh wait, no, not T. Maybe T? I don't know. So we're saying it's a voxel data with query data, right? And then it's voxel. Okay, that should work to return that. And we say let data equal commands dot component dot. So I don't think I can register component. Any registered get resource ID. Okay, yeah. So I don't think I can do this because T is not a component, which is the annoying thing. So surely I can get access to like something about T. Fetch state. Not really. All right, let's change this from being just query data to specifically has to be a component. Okay, you can be a component. I feel like I can modify this let to work. I need to get it to a state where I can actually test it, where it's like any specific component can work, and then once I know that it works, then I'll go to the effort of actually working out. So then we want to track down T, and then we want to return some data state marker. Init state. And that's going to be let gen id equal register T, let gen well data id equals world dot register. It's actually this that I want you to do. Thank you. And then your register component, your voxel generator T, and then we can say that. Now something holds reference to T, so I don't actually think we need marker. No, we do, because neither of those actually holds type. Okay. So we init state, new update state. So update component access. So you get access to state dot data component, and you also get access to generate component, I believe. Add access to component. I give an index. All right, so if I am understanding this correctly, it's saying you can't say that option T accesses nothing. Option T has to have read access to you. So read you with you. Okay. For example, consider query option T. This only has read for T, as doing otherwise would allow for queries to be this only has read of T. Okay. As doing otherwise would allow for queries to be considered disjoint that when they shouldn't. Okay, so mute T option U, read write T where read U and with you. Option mute T without U, read write T without U. For this, we could reasonably conclude that the queries are disjoint, but they aren't. Okay, yeah, because you can run this one without this one. In order to solve this actual access that T has read write T read U, it must still have read U access without following. Otherwise, the following queries would be incorrectly considered disjoint. Okay, so it's saying like you still need to keep read even if you've said without. Yeah, okay, cool. So that should work fine, because what we're saying is that this accesses this component and this component. There's read access to both these components. Okay, so set table. I have no fucking idea how this works. This is getting okay. So adjust internal state to access for the next table. This will always be called on tables that match this world query. Okay, safety. Table must be from the same world that init world query init state was called on. Okay. State must be the state that fetch was initialized with. That fetch was initialized with? Okay. So that fetch, okay. So table w, so table dot. Now what can I do with this table? Nothing apparently. Entities, capacity, component count, entity count, entity count, entity capacity, entity count, get component. Okay, get the component at a given row if the table stores components with the given component ID. Now how do I know what fucking row? Fuck, who knows? Get component. Fetch. But how do I... What is this fetch? Pre-archetype table state retrieved by the world query to compute for each entry. Okay. So I think this needs to just be U32 maybe? That's how this works, because you're saying I have to get this and the row has to be... The row is a table row and the table row... Okay, so you're a table row. Table row. So Bevy ECS query. No. Table query. Oh, where was the table row? Table. That's ECS storage. Storage. table row. Alright, so if we're fetching a table row, then we can say and the component, get component, and the component is state dot data component. So do you always do you return an option? You return an option to a pointer. So let's let data equal, okay, something like that. And then we say let generator equal. All right, so call of unsafe function is unsafe and requires an unsafe function or block, but it is unsafe, so I don't know what your problem is. Restricts its calls, but its body is safe by default. Consider okay, so it did, okay. So get component. So safety rows dot as you size is less than, okay. So I'm just gonna panic on that and be like assert that table dot len is less than row as you size, which is fetch, like that. Okay, no method len found. Get component. Interesting. Okay. What do you mean? Why can I not read? Okay. Dot capacity, no. Component count, no. It's probably entity count. Maybe, I don't know. Row. Get. Like how? Okay, then we say unsafe. There we go. Safety, this function is unsafe because it assumes that fetch is valid table row for the given table. No. Safety, fetch dot as you size must be less than table dot len. Unused dot comment. Okay, so I don't know, this is how the safety things work anyway. Okay, so then we say data is equal to this, and then okay, so I'm gonna get component. Gets the component. The table stores component with the given. Okay. Table. A column orientated structure arrays based storage for components for entities in the world. Components, conceptually, a table can be thought of as a hash map ID component, where each table, each thin column is a type erased vec t component. Each row corresponds to a single entity, i.e. index 3 in column A, index 3 in column B, point to a different component on the same entity. Fetching components from a table involves fetching the associated column from a component type via its component ID, then fetching the entity row within that column. Okay. Fetching components from a table involves fetching the associated column from the component type for a component type, then fetching the entity row in that column. Okay, which I'm pretty sure is what this does. Get, and it's like going to be like get column, component ID, map, get unchecked row. Okay. So then this gives us, but this returns a pointer. So how do can I dot map? You don't have a return type, so that's even more bizarre. And then we're going to say like, I don't know how to construct a pointer. So we need to somehow downcast t. Deref t expect. Interesting. No method expect. Okay, yeah, down ref. So then you return t, except it's not t, it's voxel generator t. So then this returns a, and then I think you're the same of like dot map, and then down ref into t. Okay, so this returns an option t, set table. Adjusts internal state to account for the next table. This will always be called on tables that match this world. State must be the state that the fetch was initialized with. So maybe this is not correct because set table, and we just like, what can we do with the table? Like table dot, we can capacity component count entities, entity capacity, get added tick, get change tick, get added tick slice. You get ticks, get column, get component, get data from slice, get drop from, get tick unchecked, has column is empty. Like, I don't know what this is supposed to do. So let's just leave that as it is, but I don't actually, we don't return anything. So this is like supposed to be changing which table we're using. So I don't think we actually need to do anything, because we don't actually do anything. So it just does nothing. Set table. Adjust internal state to account for the next table. Maybe we could be like, bool, other way. Has generator, right? And then we can say assert this, go into the safety, say get this component, and then we say it's not state, it's fetch dot. So we can't modify the state. So then that becomes, I make you a struct data fetch. I'm running out of names here. So then we need table, row, and then has generator, and then we just say that you're a data fetch. Doesn't implement clone, derive clone, okay. And then we go down here and we say so fetch dot row, fetch dot row as your size is going to this, and then we say fetch dot has generator equals table dot has component. No method named has component. I'm like 100% sure there was something that was like has component dot component. What was it called then? Oh. Dot has column state dot generator component. Okay, and then this doesn't need to be unsafe anymore because Okay. Cool. I have no idea if this is actually working. So set table. So this is called passes at the table. Then we can modify our fetch based on that, and we can't modify the state, which should be fine because it says the state's cached. Okay, so set archetype. So we have access to our fetch mutably, we have access to our state, and we have access to the archetype, and then we have access to the table. Both immutably. Okay. So what do we do inside set archetype? Adjusts internal state to our account for the next archetype. This will always be called on archetypes that match world query. Safety. Okay, archetype and table must be from the same world that query in its state was called on. Okay, I don't know why it's telling me this. I don't care. Table must be to archetype. Okay, and then state must be the state that fetch was initialized with. Okay, which again I think just translates to don't do anything because I don't care what the archetype is, because then I'm assuming it calls set archetype, then it calls set table, and from there it's like, well, set archetype doesn't change anything because it doesn't matter what the archetype is. Like I don't know, let's have a look what archetype can tell us. Archetype dot component count, components, contains, edges, weird, entities, entity table row. Ooh. Fetches the row in the table where the component for the entity of the index is stored. Wait. Ooh, that's worrying. So then you take in an archetype row. So the table row, we have to get there, which means we need to, okay, so we need to go fetch, and then we have to fetch, and then so fetch dot row equals archetype row. But then how do we get the archetype row? What is an archetype row? First off, let's get rid of that as well. Archetype, and then we say, okay, so first off, this is safe. Okay, so entity table row, self entities row dot index dot table row. So how do we get an archetype? An opaque location within an archetype. This can be used to conjunction with archetype ID to find the exact location of an entity within a world. An entity, archetype, and index can be retrieved via entities.get. Okay, maybe I don't quite understand. So how do I get an archetype row? We have access to the table, which obviously I'm going to do shit because we don't know it. So then we have access to state, we have access to fetch. So presumably we need to say something like archetype row equals Bevy archetype row, which doesn't really sit right. So then it would be fetch dot archetype row. So I'm assuming what we can do now is say like fetch dot archetype row equals archetype dot entities entity table row, fetch the row in the table where the component for the entity of index is stored. So you need an archetype row. Okay. And we're trying to work out what gets us an archetype row. It's table row. So you then go into entities and you go row.index and then table row. Okay. So I think we probably need access to the specific entity, which is fun. Get archetype component ID. Okay. Fetches the corresponding archetype component ID for a component in the archetype, returns none if the component is not part of the archetype. This runs in all one time. Get storage type, no. Has on add hook, don't care about any of this stuff. On despawn observer, ID will give us an archetype ID. Is empty, len, sparse set components, table ID. Wait, what? Fetches the archetype's table ID. Table ID is different to a table row, so. Alright. So somehow, when we say set archetype, I think setting archetype, what I want to do is then fetch the archetype row. So I don't know how we get. So you have an ID, you have a table ID, you have an edges, which is relationships, I don't think this matters. Entities, vec, archetype entities. Okay. So how do we know exactly? Maybe it's in the init fetch. So we have world, and we have state, and last run, and this run, which I'm definitely going to need. So my thinking is if we set row, so we set archetype, which then we set the row, and then when we set the table. So my assumption is that this will then, when it runs, generates a new fetch instance of self-fetch by combining data from the world with the cached state. Read-only accesses resources in update component access. Okay. Resources registered in world query update. Okay, so entity. Maybe, I don't know. Here's the issue. How do I know what entity I am? So we get access to the state, and then we get access to the world. So we initialize the fetch with the world. But when I initialize the fetch, I have no idea what entity. I'm assuming this I can just say just return fetch. Because long to short. So fben mismatch okay, matching component set. So you are saying it's matching if it contains component. Get state. Attempts to initialize the state of the world. Okay, so this just gets the components, right? And then init state, which I'm assuming is called creates initial state of the world query. Update component access. So we say we need to read access to these two components, which is fine. We set table is dense init fetch. How do I know? Call this self state. Read only access resources. Okay. Self state must be initialized via using the same world passed into the function. Okay, world must have the right to access any access registered in update component access. Okay, this must not be conflicts with read only resources accessed. But how do I know what world query type that can be used as a parameter in a query? Types that implement this should also implement query data and query filter. Wow, okay, either. Okay, must ensure that update component access. Okay. Matches component set. Query data fetch. Filter fetch and init fetch obey the following. Must ensure that update component access match and query data fetch. Okay. For each component mutably accessed by query fetch, update component access should add right access unless read or write access has already been added, in which case it should panic. Okay. For each component, read-only accesses accessed by fetch or fetch filter. Wait, okay. For each component, read-only accessed by fetch should add read access unless the write access has already been added, in which case it should panic. If fetch mutably accesses the same component twice, update component access should panic. Okay. Update component access may not add without filter for a component unless matches component set also returns false when the component set contains that component. Okay. Update component access may not add a with filter for components unless matches component set also returns false when it does not contain the component. Okay. If in cases where the query represents disjoint, such as an OR filter, where each element is a valid world query, the following rules must be obeyed. Match component sets must be disjoint of the element implementations. Okay, update component access must replace the filter with disjoint filters. Okay, each filter that in that disjoint must be conjunction of the okay. For each resource read-only access by init fetch update component access should add read access. Mutable resources access is not allowed. Mutable resource access is allowed. Cool. Where do you go? When implementing update component access, note that add read, add write both also add a with filter, whereas extend access does not change the filter. Okay. So my assumption is that I don't have to worry about making it panic because this should just panic on its own. Access to add component, add required, with, okay. And then sparse set adds fucking sparse set in this. I don't know. I'm hoping that at some point that panics because I don't think that returns anything, right? Like, yeah, you don't return anything, so I can't really make it not panic. So where you are then plus also component. So we'll work from there. So my issue is I don't know how. So when we call set arc, I don't know how to work out what my archetype row is, and when we init fetch, we have our state, which is fine because we initialize our state, and the state makes sense. The state's perfectly clear in my head of what the state actually represents, which is just stuff that you'll need every single time that this is called, but never changes. Whereas the fetch is throwing me because we init fetch, but like, how the hell am I supposed to know what entity it is to work out what to initialize it with? Can I just go like print line initialize fetch for std any type, and then you just return data fetch the placeholder new index invalid zero. Okay. Index indicating an invalid archetype row. This is meant to be used as a placeholder. Okay. Why does this table not have that? Okay. Anyway. So we're going to implement this. So is read only is true. Type read only self. The read-only version of this query data, which satisfies the read-only query trait. Okay, so this is just self. Item is returns an option reference and a reference to T with a lifetime of A. So shrink, I think shrink just calls item because again it's just like making the lifetime shorter, and I'm assuming they can't automatically implement it. Fetch. Okay, so this takes in how what fetch self dot item from either the given entity in the current table or the given entity in the current archetype. This must always be called after set table with the table row in the range of the current table, or after world query set archetype with an entity in the current archetype. Accesses components requires, okay. Safety must always be called after set table or set archetype. Entity and table row must be in the range of the current table and archetype. There must not be simultaneous conflicting component access. Okay, so I don't know how it got the table row. Fetch dot entity equals entity, and then so we have access to the fetch, but how did you initialize the fetch? Well, we'll never know. I'm assuming you have other fields. I don't think that's how that works. Can we say fetch dot row equals table row? But somehow you need to return item. Now, how would you return item? We imply that fetch needs to at some point get the item. Okay, what other fields do you have? Query data. Is read only item. Wait. So you have access to state somehow. That's interesting. Shrink. So you literally just have fetch, and somehow fetch needs to return an item variant of. Okay, now that seems not too bad. Right. So first off, that implies that fetch needs to somehow hold two pointers. And in a table row. Fetches self item from either the given entity in the current table okay. Maybe I should track down how queries are implemented because that might make a little bit more sense. Bevy traits ECS screw query. Usually I'm almost certain it's done with a macro. I'm sure it said somewhere like this is implemented for these types. How do I get you to trigger? Right. Well, that's probably going to help, but okay. So plus component, because otherwise you don't work. There. So it's implemented for like F0, F1, F0, F1. So apparently it's not in there. So I'm gonna go here. Somewhere. Nope. God damn it. It's almost certainly hidden behind some kind of fucking macro. Pub unsafe read only query. The type, the item trait returns query item. Okay, so let's define this in world query for. So your fetch is nothing, your state is nothing, f shrink just does nothing apparently, which is hilarious. F safe. Okay, well obviously does nothing. Is dense is true. Set archetype does nothing. Set table does nothing. Update components does nothing. Init state does nothing. Gets state does some, and then wait. Huh. Wait. Why am I returning init state? No, it does. Wait. That's extra confusing. Oh, because it is unit and okay, that's probably what's happening there. And then you just return true. Okay. So then import query data, read only is true, read only is self entity, shrink just returns item, and then it just returns entity. So we probably need to do that for our thing as well. Read only import. For what was it? It was data fetch t, where t is Fox generator. Okay, I don't think that made any difference, but expected tuple. So here I'm going to say entity locations. Do you okay, fetch dot get. What is your fetch? Immutable access, immutable access to immutable access to entities. Get debug checked. Okay. So your fetch is a immutable reference to entities. And then when we initialize you just say world.entities. Okay. I need to find an implementation that actually returns data. Entity ref. How do you work in entity ref? You just literally return the world, which is kind of funny. Update component access. Assert has any component. Huh. So you literally just grab world access, which is interesting. So is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Can I, for example, say that your fetch is a query state? Provides scoped access to a world state according to the given filter. The data is cached between system runs and is used. Okay, no. Match by this query. Matched means that the query will iterate over the data in the match table archetype. Cache the state need okay, so that's obviously not correct. Filtered entity mute. Used as okay. This is getting very, very boring. Set table. Self-read only. Is read only. Provides read access to a single entity and all of its components save for an explicitly enumerated set. Okay. Okay, fn update component access, which is text and cells and filter. I say my access is equal to access new access read all component my access dot read all components or ID and identity state remove component read access dot read access. Is compatible my access. In this query, okay, access to extend, okay. So maybe, so what did you do? Do you like what your unsafe world cell of the world where resources and components accesses take self and the to avoid aliasing given the call instead of being checked at compile time by Rust's unique X or shared rules. Okay. In Rust, having means that you are absolutely no other references to the same safe world alive at the same time without exceptions. Not even unsafe code can change this, okay? But there are situations where careful sharing mutable access through a type is possible and safe. For this, Rust provides unsafe cell escape hatch, which allows you to get a mutee from our own safe cell and around with safe. This can be built. Access to resources and components can be done uniquely using a resource mute. And world entity mute and shared using these methods. Use lifetimes to check at compile time that no aliases have been broken. This alone is not enough to implement Bevy systems. With mutable systems can access disjoint parts of the world concurrently. For this, Bevy stores all values of resources and components and unsafe cell and carefully validates disjoint access patterns using the API such as like compute access. A system can be executed using system run unsafe with world
the world, and use methods with interior access mutability to access resource values. Resource access is allowed through the unsafe world cell. Only okay. So what it seems like it's saying is I need to like come back here, go I guess the data state can stay the same. It's the fetch, and this is just going to have a world which is just is not defined. Also something like that. Is that how that works? Structures defined here. Tough. What is your problem? Okay, that did not help. Somewhere we get access to the fucking world query. World this. Okay. So data fetch with a lifetime of A. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll find out. Shrink so that it returns fetch with a string. Okay, in it, so we have world, and then we just say data fetch, and then world is world. Well, so we need the fetch with world, and then set archetype. I feel like we want to do like absolutely nothing with this. Mostly because I don't understand what it's actually doing, so it's probably going to be quite slow what we're doing. Well, I wanted to comment this out, not. So again, don't do anything. Update component access takes in state and it says, hey, this and this, and then you do this and this. They should all stay the same, and then matches component set. So it's true if it contains that, false if it doesn't contain that. Yep, I think that's correct. And then we go here and we say world that is read only. True. Read only state is self. I think that's correct. And then here we return, okay, so then we need to say something like self dot world. Oh no, fetch dot world dot. What can I do? Entity. Get entity. Retrieves an unsafe entity cell that exposes read and write opportunities for the given entity. Similar to the unsafe world cell, you are in charge of making sure no aliasing rules are violated. So I'm assuming I can say this. I can say get entity, and then we can say dot. What do you return? Result. Okay, so if let sum. Oh no, it's let okay. If let okay. E equals, and then we end this and this and anything else. Can we just panic? Entity not found in world. I don't exactly know how I'm supposed to return something other than that. Okay, and then we see like e dot get. And then I'm assuming I can do like a query, like what do you return? So get t or a reference to t. So we would want to get assume self. Well, just get t. I feel like there's something else I need to be able to get. E dot archetype contains ID, contains type ID, get by ID, get change tick by, get mute, get ref, ID, location, spawned by, world, clone. Okay, so here's the issue. I don't think I can get entity. Does that consume the world? Yes. How would I get more than one though? Archetype? Oh. Entity. What the fuck? ID is empty. Components contains edges. Okay, that's. How do I extract more than one thing? I would like to grab T and Phoxel generator T. I want option. Phoxel generator T. That work? Nope. Because you would then expect a lifetime like this. Okay. So this one doesn't work because that's not a component. Your abilities. Okay, so I don't. Yeah, I'm assuming I can't say like get t and be like let t equal, and then be like let gen equal assuming this is going to complain that I consumed it and then used it. Call to unsafe function is unsafe. Okay, so we need to put this in unsafe. Unsafe like this. There we go. Now, expected tuple. All right. So then, what do you return? So then we want to say dot expect. And then we can return G and T. Okay, apparently that just works, which makes that must be implementing clone or something. I don't know. This seems dodgy. So then, instead of being that, you're a Phoxel generate data fetch. T. Something like that. Can I query for? Okay, so T is not a component. But I thought you said it just needs to implement. Right. So we have we need to do one where T is not a component. So this is the only the implementation when T is a component, which I feel like I could probably get away with. No, because I have to use it there to set the state, which I don't know how relevant that actually is. So we just copy exactly this and paste this, and then I think I can get rid of the T restriction on you and say, hey, like you can just be that one, because now it implements the required component in the second implementation. So we say where it's not a component. Ooh, there's no way to say not, is there? Damn it. Like not component. Rust not. See, I need like a way of saying when not. Rust. Let's ask ChatGPT. It's probably good at this kind of stuff. GPT. See what it says. So, how would I make a blanket import in Rust that then does a that does one import if T G and different import if T if just T. Trait specialization, which is currently enabled and by using a workaround through traits and marker structs. Here's some other available stable functions. Okay, example approach. So suppose you have a trait G, a parameter trait of two different behaviors, one behavior and another behavior. It doesn't G pattern using additional marker trait. So blanket emper helper or default. Okay, so what it's saying is I need to do something really, really dodgy and be all like, trait is component. Also, I should probably be using bundle, not component, but anyway. and then this just says fn id. Something like that. And then we say, I think we need a blanket implementation of this. So then we say like import is component for, I guess this is an option. std any type ID, and then you should just return none. Right, like this. And then we say import where t component, and then for t, and then we say do that, and then we go here and we say implement this. Why are you saying so? Import blanket. So let me do like import. I don't think this is gonna work. This is just ChatGPT making shit up. Is component for t. Yeah, so it's saying you can't do that because that conflicts, which is what ChatGPT is saying to do, is to import blanket, import helper. I feel like this is the right direction. So we say like is component and it just returns none. And then we go just do that, and then somehow we need to work out like if you are a component is dying. And then plus is component. Actually, wait, can't. I might be able to get away with just in our not our data, in our state, we have is component. Right, and then this doesn't take in that, we just have a boolean. And we say is component, and then when I initialize you, right, we can just get rid of this whole thing. We just say implement the generic t. So I'm gonna get rid of these other ones so I don't have so many errors popping up that are unrelated. Okay, so get rid of this as well. So we need to say when we initialize state, we say do that, but then we're going to say let if let id equals world dot get component components dot get id for t type id. I don't think it's how you do that, but anyway. So if it's some, else. All right, so then we say, I guess technically we don't need to is component. We can just say generating a data component option tape. I'm gonna be really annoyed if I go test something I've just thought, which is if I just make it inherent. I'm gonna finish implementing this because this is good like a learning exercise, but I think if I change this to be like it must be bundle, I'm pretty sure unit implements bundle, so it might just work. Maybe not, because he still can't request an entity. Adds access to the component given index. Okay, right, so let me say if let some data ID equals state.data ID add component data ID, something like that. And then we go init state and we say you do this, and then we need to say let ID equal, and then we just let's data ID, data ID, and then we just do that bit like that, and then we just need to go it's std any type ID of how does this work? Of, and then of takes in T. Like so. Okay, and then we can go, you go away. Like so. And then you mark that, and then you don't have a semicolon, thank you. Right, so now we store our data type, and when we say get state, dot get ID. You don't do that, you just say std any type ID of T. Okay. Match components. We say if let some equals state data components. Data is else true. Possibly. Let t equal t get. Right. So this is so this for some reason needs to make sure that you are a component. Well, I'm sure I can get by ID. So we can say if let some data ID equals state. Well, this is query data, so this is going to have the requirement that it has to be component. Right, like that, I think. And data equals fetch dot Actually probably need to do that because we're not actually using the IDs at this point. So we'd say T and then get and then T, like that. Return this. Okay, then we go up here and go, what is your problem? So you're saying that T is not a component. Read only query data. Okay, so you're plus component. Okay. And then we come down here and we go, we can query for fetch generated, but T is not a component. Okay. Interesting. So I feel like I can just say, no, I need to put it in a query. Fine. Where T is a component. Res query. If let okay get This is terribly complicated. Let okay gen voxel generator comma data. I feel like this is such a bad way of doing it. Equals check specific generator get chunk ID else data not found on chunk. This is no. Data not found on chunk ID. Okay, so we get to here and then we go, this can go away. Then we say that a chunk generator equals generator sum equals voxel generator. Voxel generator, and then we say else if let some default generator as ref. Else no generator found for chunk and no default set. No default set. Okay. And then let chunk generator equal chunk generator clone and then pass it as data, and then this is just data. Right. So I think expected this type parameter, the return type of T. Okay. So T needs to also implement clone to be used here. I'm going to say generate data dot clone. All right, so then we also need to go U, and we say, okay, let's just say that this needs clone because I think that's a pretty important part. I can't be bothered copying it everywhere. So we go, okay, so chunk plugin has this, and then it's going to say you don't implement something or other. Interesting. I guess we just go back to here and go voxel generated data, and then we say impl voxel generated data for T, and we just say that T is anything that is send plus sync plus clone plus static. And that should fix some of my errors apparently. Okay. So what is your problem? Your problem is that T is not a component. Okay, right. Kind of just want to say like component, and then we want to go, oh, it's not there that it goes, it's here. And go plus component, and then you would then require you also require this component. Component that, and then we're fixing some of the issues. What is your problem now? You're saying that Phoxel fetch data is private. Oh god. So this monstrosity of a fucking type needs to be public apparently. Wherever it is. So you're not used anymore. I did ever end up using it. There's definitely a way to work that out, but you, whatever you are, you need to be pub. Okay, this is just terrible, horribly coded piece of shit. Okay, so data state is apparently also needs to be public. And then data fetch also needs to be public. I have no idea if this is going to work. We then go back to here and we say, hey, Phoxel plugin. What do you mean? Phoxel plugin is private. Wait, what? Struct Phoxels? What do you mean? Right. Derive default. Oh, you better not then suddenly not work because fucking default fucking. And then we want chunk ID, which means that we need to move the chunk ID out of map. Well, smarter thing to do is probably grab map out of main, like so, and then put map in here, then go to main, work out what main's problem is. Okay, let's just move all of the fucking crates into here. So, and then we go, what does main want? We can just, they need to all be public, don't they? Pub, and then I'm gonna go something like control C, control V, and then it's gonna be like pub use, and then the name find multiple times. Forward. Okay. Is that a conflict here? No. We should be able to like then use Phoxels game, import everything. This is inside map, not main. Really shouldn't name things so close together. Right, so then that pulls that in. That works fine. Why are you complaining? I don't know what's going on. So why? Okay, first off, that's working. This should be working. Why are you not working? Your problem is closure is expected to take one argument, but 0 arguments are provided. ID. And then instead of doing this monstrosity of a whatever it was doing to extract it, which is like mutex read write chunk. Was this lock XYZ? Yeah. So yeah. So don't do that, and you can get rid of that too. And that should then work fine. I think. I assume. I don't know. Voxel generator. Right. So it's the Phoxels generator. Chunk ID. Like so. Cool. Type annotation is needed. Okay, well, it's a chunk ID. Okay, now what is your problem? Can't find chunk ID in this scope. Well, we're going to use it must be map chunk ID. Well, it probably is, but it's just private. No, did I like rip the whole chunk ID out? No, it's still here. Map chunk ID. So find that. You're saying that default function won't fucking work because we have to actually manually implement ourselves because it hates me. So we're going to say import default for. It's so stupid. Okay, cool. No function found. What do you mean? There is most definitely a function. No. T where T imports voxel generated data. Okay. Okay. Did that work? We'll know if we spawn in all our chunks and they actually like are correct. That's an interesting question, isn't it? So if all the chunks line up and actually like match together, it implies that we are in fact getting the correct chunk ID when we go to generate them. We probably shouldn't have made them small. That's not going to help. Somewhere here. No, it's down here. Let's say don't make them small. Run that. Well, they seem to line up just fine. So it works. Whether it's fast or not is another question. So my question becomes, if I went here and said that what is it? Mesh. I just need to be like I think I'm gonna go for like Phoxel data. I need to say like Phoxel data can have clone. It also needs to like have bundle. So it's just, yeah, but we'll just bring the whole thing bundle. Now, does that mean that this stops working because we have to specify that you are a bundle? I'm curious if I can get it to work. So Adding bundle doesn't seem to have done anything, which is fine because I think bundle is dynamically added to literally like anything where everything implements component. So then what we need to do is maybe do something along the lines of, see, obviously this implements bundle. So well, we need to go to this function. We need to go, hey, is it possible that I could say that you're actually a query? Now, theoretically, I'm assuming I can say something along the lines of option Phoxel generator t comma t. Right, that's no, that should be there and there. Okay, so is not a valid request as in that only query. If t is a component trait, a component type, try using t or mute t required for. Okay, so what I want to do, and I need something like where option Phoxel generate t comma t implements query data, Bevy ECS query data. I want to say something like this, and then we go here and we just say this is just well, I guess it would just be option p query data. So what are you saying? Expected? Oh, no, okay. I think I put you at the wrong spot. You don't go here, you go here. Is that how that works? You say like where? Okay. T might not have. Okay, so right, option T like this. So you're saying okay, A, A, and then query data. I think query data has like a your lifetime must be so long. The expected lifetime. So A. Does that just work now? That's hilarious. So dot get, and then this returns an option res Phoxel generator. That's not correct. Why are you returning an option res Phoxel generator? Okay, so what have we said? Like let t equal chunk specific query dot get entity. Okay, so then we want to say something like let okay t d like it's gd equals else like panic, I guess, because I just need it to fucking give me the type annotation. Oh, no, panic. Fucking 2. What's your problem? Mismatch type, expected associated type. Option Okay, so if I just make this G. Nope. What the hell? Oh, it's chunk ID. Alright, so you stop complaining, but can I like get this type annotation? Not really. Um, It's almost but not quite what I want it to be, which is interesting. So it's got something to do with this as type thing, Rob. So like, I'm just trying to get it to actually expand out the fucking type name. Okay, as query data item. Right. What if I just said that? Well, first off, I want you to be bundled. Maybe that's what's confusing, is it's both a bundle and a... No. If I just made you a component... so what we need to do is track this piece down and swap out bundle for component. Next time. We come down here and we go, did you work? We need a reference to T. Okay, and then what is this type now? I'm assuming it's correct. Wait. What? G and D. If this is intentional, so then we say like let okay else. So this is the else statement. So I guess it's if I go from the beginning of the else to what you do, and then we say let chunk generated equal self dot voxel generator. What the fuck is this reference res? Oh, I think it's doing type fucking coercion down here. No, I need you to be like dereferenced maybe. No, your type is most definitely calling get as ref. There we go. Now you've picked up on it as being an option. You still haven't picked up on data being data, which is weird, but it's just D. Okay, I think that should just make everything work again, except now we're saying that T doesn't inherit component. Oh. Okay. Little odd. Okay, can I swap it back out for bundle now? Does that break everything again? Probably. Yeah, so we need to go back here and go T needs to this is in manager. We need to go up to where this is defined, and when you say it's not a component, it's bundle. You're also bundle. We need to come down here and go, okay. So you don't like that because T's not a component. If I like did this, as long as T implements this, you're fine with it, which actually I don't think it's going to work because T most certainly does not implement that. Is there a part of bundle that I can get? Let's look at bundle, the actual type bundle. Somewhere. Bundle. Like, is there a way I can get the what it would look like to split it up? No. Component IDs, get component IDs. Oh my god. So there's no way to turn a bundle into query, and then this will use a type fucking inference. So what we'll need is to be like somehow I just need your type as ref. No, I just need like the reference version of the type. Does bundle implement something like as reference? Bundle. Not really. Okay, so it's unsafe. Import C component bundle for C. Okay, and then we're just bundle from components for C. Dynamic bundle. God damn it. Triple B. What the fuck? No bundle effect. God, it's somewhere. I can just. So. What I need to work out is like, what the hell type is let be equal? Like, got it. Right, that's the type. So how do I make that? So what if I said this had a associated type with it, which is type as query, which is going to be Okay, wait, no. So it's like this, and then it says Bevy ECS query data. Right. Somehow you have a default implementation. For your item. Weird. Okay, and then he's saying not all is okay, so no. Reference to T. That's data A. Dash A. No, you don't take a lifetime. You don't take a lifetime because I think world query takes a life. No, world query doesn't take a lifetime. As query. Like that maybe. And then we can say type as query dash A is equal to dash A. Not a valid request for data. Okay. So it's very close because how does Bevy do its like weird bundle fucking logic with its macro? Because that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Is I'm just trying to make it like any value from up to 16 sort of things can. Where is that fucking macro? Macro rule tuple import. Okay. I have no idea if this is even going to remotely be workable. I need to go like here. I'm going to paste this in. Go, I don't know where all tuples came from, but we have a macro rule, import tuple, name. Okay, so something hashtag meta name. I don't. As such, this lists below will not allow. Wait. Must you unused mute unused variable reason there are like tuples won't be used any of the hashtag meta. Okay, so then we say so unsave import bundle. Wait, okay, so name dot bundle. Okay, bundle name. Okay. So where's this all tuples coming from? So I think if I just nick the all tuple as well, it should work fine. Data date. Look for the word bundle. Okay, all tuples. It's obviously used somewhere else. verdicts, please. Is that just a crate? Okay. So we go manager. There you go. Okay, use verdicts, please. And then we're going to go here and copy, and then we're going to go to our cargo.toml, I guess, and add this is a dependency, or whatever the hell this is, but please. Okay, that should work. That should work. So then we have that tuple there, and then down here somewhere we have this, which is going to implement all tuples, tuple impl. Let's just call you D. I don't know if that matters. Docs drop dep. Okay. Expected configure. Okay, so then we need to say impl tuple ident name. Okay, so we're going to say impl, so name that implements bundle. I think we can just say that implements component. Then we say implement Phoxel generated data for a tuple with said name, and then it's not unsafe, and then we just say go away. Right, I think we do need our as query, which would then be saying type as query dash a equals type as query. I think that's correct, which is fun. Except I don't think I need these, so I think that's that one, and then that's that one. I need to get rid of like all the metadata. Oh, I deleted the whole tuple. Oops. Here. Down, and then something's re-implementing something, which should be pretty easy to fix. I suspect it's because I've got an implementation out here somewhere. So it says conflicting implementation of trait data for type, conflicting information for error orange for macro first implemented here. Right. So we need to say like, get rid of that. Oh, you probably don't want that, but what does that look like? Does it compile for one thing? No. So not found for B. Associated type as query not found for B. There is an associated type as query in the trait. Okay. So first off, you're not B, you're D. Don't put a comma apparently. Okay, so what are you saying? For the trait bound D clone is not satisfied in D. Well, apparently it's a requirement of. Oh. I think I need plus clone. Okay, so now that works. I think technically it's 2 owned. Associated type as query not found for D. Okay, and this is like tuple of D, right? So we need to import Phoxels generated data for T, where T component was cloned. And then this is just a reference to T with lifetime A. Like that. So you work, and then you're saying conflicting implementation. So can I say like from 1? Because I'm assuming the conflicting implementation for type. Okay, so something about deriving component is causing an issue. Upstream crate. Well, actually, what's throwing me even more is that you seem to be thinking that that's actually a valid way to implement that. I don't think it is. So first off, not a. So it would actually be T dot as query lifetime of A. That seems to actually work, which is kind of weird. No method named for the excessive type query data read only as query data item in the current scope. Okay. I need a restriction that you need the restriction that I'd say you're more like this. You also need to say that you have the restriction to owned, I think is what I want. Pounds on traits. Okay, owned, I don't know if this works. Maybe. Then I come down here and we just say to owned. Nope. Right, no. I put the bound on the wrong thing. That's what happened there. So it's that you need to also have to owned. Following trait bounds were not satisfied as query as read only. Somewhere I've got something saying that it needs to be cloned, which is just not correct. It needs to be this, and you're saying that something's cloned clone. As query. Okay. A needs to implement query data. Okay, so there's your problem. You're saying found tuple. Okay, mismatch type expected option comma dot 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 as query data, read only as query item, found tuple, dot the full name of this type. Okay, so first off, what that tells me is I need to split this out into its own fucking thing, because half my issues are being caused by the fact that I can't get it to do the type inference in the way that I'm trying to understand. Okay, so this gets me this. So this is a query for the option to this. Three closes. And then this is chunk data. And then chunk data is going to be we can remove this restriction entirely. Okay, so what is the rule with this? This says that D needs to be query data. D needs to implement query data. Okay, so then we need to say T as query with a lifetime of A. Okay, and then query is query data and also needs to have two owned. Okay, so then we say here we're going to get rid of the whole like D bit, and then we can say something along the lines of if I actually don't think this needs to even be an option anymore. We can just say this, and then we can say it's something like let chunk generator equal. Okay, so it's like let okay chunk specific generator get if let okay. Why are you still an option? I'm not sure. So get, so we say get okay, let voxel generate equal this get voxel generator else if let some generate equals default generator as ref generator else no generator found for chunk and not step. So this is if let okay get the generator okay and then for some reason you're returning as ref. No. Yeah, okay, so the Fox generator. Yeah, go. Cool. So then we get to here and we say, this is the bit where we were checking to say which was the chunk generator, and we say chunk generator, and then we say let okay D equals chunk data get chunk ID else log chunk data not found for chunk. So it's getting a little confused by this whole query as query lifetime of A. Cannot find value chunk generator in scope. Why can't you find chunk generator? It's like called a voxel generator. Gotta stop renaming this shit. Okay, and so then no to own. So the method to owned exists for associated type read only as item, but its trait bounds were not satisfied. The following trait bounds were not satisfied. Query data as. So if we just go up and say, hey, you need to make sure that your fucking type is clone, wherever the hell it is, up here somewhere. This T fetch data, no, it's this needs to be cloned. Fucking okay. Plus 2 owned. Both, apparently. Now what are you complaining about? Okay, so where okay, so something. So the following trait bounds were not satisfied. T as chunk as your chunk data as query, as Bevy read only as this item, std clone, which is required by. Okay. So we need to say that the restriction of as a clone needs to do something more like query data, right? We can then access the query data, right? We can say query data, we can say item. Just fucking item with a lifetime of A equals self, not self. As query, that's recursive, very recursive, but I think we can just say like your item implements clone. I think is what it's trying to say that I need to do. It's probably also going to need to. Okay, so query. Okay, so T. So saying say fucking T as query data. Data read only as query data item a inherent std clone, which is required by read only as std borrow to owned. Okay, but if so, you're saying that item needs to inherit clone. Isn't that what that says? It's saying that the return type of query data item must implement clone. Okay, so what the hell is D at this point? Well, apparently it's like as clone. No, so I need to do something like as T dot T as no, so I should have access to T. Fucking this AI annoys the shit out of me because I don't know if it's the intelligence not working or the fucking AI. I should also get rid of this fucking million fucking macros running. No, I did. Why is it just so slow? The fuck? Okay. So get rid of this as well. And go, why the hell are you so slow? Ah. We might go like T as query. As item, no, item is clone dot to owned. Fucking know what I'm doing anymore. I think it's something like this as that. Right, so it's saying cannot be lifetime of A. Let's query with a lifetime of A. Okay, so cannot find method. Okay, so do you have a clone? I don't think so. So what it's saying is I need to wrap this fucking again as clone. Is that how you do it? No. Dot item as clone. Okay, so it's saying oh right, I've already constrained it. Okay, so we're gonna say as, so it's T that as that. That's item as clone. And then we pass in D. Expected a reference. Okay. So what if we said to owned? To own. Fucking who knows what I'm trying to do at this point. So to owned is not working because you're a reference. So to own takes in a reference. It returns self. And then so T equals clone. Material expected reference to found associated type. What the fuck? Query data read only. Okay, so then you say something like where T something like read only. Okay, so quit. What does it say? Something about stupid fucking read only bullshit. God damn it. Query data. Query data as read only. So query data as read only impulse one. Okay, so it's item. Clone. Okay, so cannot find trait read only. So that's, we need to just this is getting fucking stupid. T as query data as query a as query data item me just so why are you not working? I think it's something like it's T as query data as this. All right, and item as read only. I think we've got one too many. Maybe. No, but it's expecting something. Okay, so can't do as read only, can't find read only in the scope. Alright, so read only, which is some kind of fucking weird ass bullshit fucking. What is it actually? Come on, get this error to come back and tell me exactly what it's fucking called. It's saying can't find as query as oh, query data read only as item. So something. All right, so it's as query data as read only. Read only. As okay, so it's something. Read only. Which doesn't take in that. Okay, so read only. So then we need to wrap that and say as query data item A. It's to inherit to owned. Down single quotes. So right, I think it's here and this. Okay, so T as query as read data as read only at read only as query data item to owned. And then with a that data equal b dot to owned. Expected lifetime. Add expected lifetime A to the type chunk data. Bevy preload query A T as A reply to the type chunk data. Okay. So why is it chunk data here? So chunk data does not live long enough. Borrow array does not live long enough. Chunk data dropped here while still borrowed. What? Isn't that the point of to owned? Finding chunk data declared here. Okay. Using chunk data doesn't live long enough. Lifetime A defined here. Argument arises that chunk data is borrowed from A. Okay. So the query has world and state. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. As you can see, I'm terrible because I'm trying to teach myself something that I really should just like go find a tutorial on or something. Personally, I would recommend the like Bevy examples are a good place to start. There's a few tutorials out there that show you how to get a basic game startup, even if there are a few versions out of date. You can either just use the out of date version of Bevy and then like step through the migration guides to work out how to get up to date, or just try and work out how to get up to date from that, because most of the big changes are just name changes more than they are like a lot of the breaking changes are name changes more than they're like actual changes in how Bevy works. Yeah, but I don't really know how I would start with Bevy. I'm a bit drained from doing this all day and it's not really working. So something query on query data reader. So query data is an item that lives A. When I say fetch, everything lives W. Yeah, so the issue with this is that I have no idea why you're trying query to imports to owned. Argument requires that chunk is borrowed from A. Okay, so saying that you declaring this, so we need like a B as well, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Lifetime. It's gonna take a while. Gonna be like something like B. Okay, did that move it at all? Well, it says that chunk lifetime was still borrowed, binding chunk lifetime declared here, lifetime B declared here, argument requires that chunk data is borrowed from B. Lifetime may not live long enough. Consider adding the following constraint. A outlives B. Comma. A outlives B. Still not going to work. Dropped here. See, here's the issue. Calling to owned borrows the data. Even though to owned T equals, wait, no, that's the wrong T. T shouldn't be.
you're not correct. And now I'm getting an owned copy of item. To own doesn't. I don't want to own copy of item. I want to own what item is holding. That's interesting. So that's not correct. So item imports to own. But like the item that you return is a tuple. So it's kind of correct, but I need like a, because pretty sure to owned will just return me import to owned as like it says item with a lifetime, and it's saying that the lifetime's not long enough. So I need to say that you, when you get a result, I need to return, because item just does nothing. Item is just type but with a lifetime. So clone's going to do the same thing. Clone is going to end up returning me an item with a lifetime. So I need to somehow type erase the lifetime off of it. I don't know how to do that though. Can I say that you just have a static lifetime? Can I say that the item here has to be static? Chunk dropped here while still borrowed, binding chunk lifetime declared here. Argument requires that chunk data is borrowed for static. Right. This the item returned by a world query. This will be the data retrieved by the query and is visible to the end user when calling, e.g. query self get. Okay, so maybe if I go back up to my type, type as query, right? So we need to look at type as owned, which then needs to just be like, wait, no, you don't have a lifetime. You just it needs to be anything, I guess. And then we need to go here and we say like, hey, type as owned just equals t. Right, and then you need one function, which is an fn to owned, which takes in an as ref, which is an self as query a, and returns an as owned, which is an ref dot. Okay. Mismatch type. So it's like, okay, so ref can't use that because it's a reserved keyword apparently. So val, hence it was detecting that it was okay. So we're saying val, if I do this, what the hell do you become? No method cloned on val. Okay, so it's self as query item. Wait. Item. missing generics for this type item expected one lifetime argument. Okay. Let's stop. So we need a okay here, and we need to say to owned. Can I give them just blanket lifetimes? So self is chunk. Mismatch type associated expected. Associated type self chunk manage as associated type self. As right. So that's how that would work. So we'd say this, and then we'd say this. Okay, so right. So I guess your type is just going to be T. Return T. We just self. Okay, so you're saying mismatch because you're expecting this. So we need to state that your item, which need to implement clone, and also into self. And then we go like clone dot into. Okay. May not live long enough. Lifetime may not live long enough. The argument requires that one must outlive two. Okay, so let B equal this. C dot int. Does that fix that? No, it's saying clone. The issue with the whole point of clone is to make it fucking clone. Lifetime may not live long enough. One must outlive two. Okay, so you're saying one must outlive two. Really? A must outlive B. What's actually going to say it? A must outlive B, and then you're going to say that undeclared lifetimes. So it's going to say A and B, and we say it's saying that lifetime may not live long enough. Consider adding the following bounds: A outlive B. Lifetime may not live long enough. Consider adding the following bounds: B must outlive A. So it's not possible to do it with lifetimes then, because it's saying that both of them need to outlive each other. And then it's saying lifetime may not live long enough. B needs to outlive A. Okay. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but okay. So I think somehow I need to specify that your item equals self. But it's not self, it's item equals okay, maybe we should add some more types to make it even more confusing, because what I really need is I need like type query type. Right, which is going to equal this, yeah, dash a t, right, and then we need as query, which also needs to return this type, but with a lifetime of a, and then as owned, which should just return that and then so we would say I guess to owned just would, as to owned just returns self. And then type query item. It's going to use that lifetime again. So maybe query item, and then we say item equals self query item. Right, and then we can probably move this down here and say you need to be into clone like that, so into self. That's spelled wrong, but into item. So that implies that we don't have to call clone. So what are you saying? All trait, okay. It's not a member of the trait. So it's query item. Change it to query item. Okay. Undeclared lifetime. So if I give you your A back, are you going to yell at me? Probably. Oh. Two from, okay. Does 2 have like type that it can declare? Type owned is borrow self. The result type after obtaining ownership. Okay. So to owned, we can say like owned equals self. Mismatched generics. So wait. And then we don't call into equal to owned. Kind of, okay. Okay, mismatch type result to owned. Okay. Query item. So we need like maybe like our own trait then. Maybe I don't think this is correct. And then we just need to say like we need to say maybe right. Make own, fucking don't know what to do at this point.
This is going to just say make own, which is going to take in a reference to self and return self. And we're going to import well, wouldn't that just be doing this? Maybe. So we're going to import make owned for voxel generator data. Make owned, which is just self.clone. So I don't think I can do that. Anyway, so the one I'm not really sure what I'm trying to fucking do at this point. So we want to owned. And it takes in this and saying that you need to be this, and then so query item. So what do I actually, can I import a tuple with reference to lifetime T is box generation data. T so we need a trait owned. So we need to import make owned for a no comma t or a tuple to t, and then we say to owned t, which takes in self and returns not t. What it does, it returns t. To own has type trait where plus clone, and then we just say dot zero dot clone. Weird. So method to owned has incompatible trait type for trait expected signature found, but that's not what it's fn takes in a ref. So but I'm saying I want to take in a tuple of t. I want to return t. Right, no, but you don't return self, you return type out. Right, that's what the issue is. It's a self thing. So you return out, which means that you get to define this, and we need to say type out equals t. It's self. Okay. All right, so we can now impl make owned on anything that implements clone, and then we want to say that into here we want to say that you don't have to owned, you have make owned that has out equals self. That's terrifyingly actually like doing something, and then we want to say we get to here and we call to owned. Okay, so I mean it feels like the issue is that you're A, B, and then we need to just say like that B outlives A, which is recursive, but nope. Okay, no, so we just want whatever the hell this data is. It's very confusing now. So what did I do? I said, so we now need to somehow get it as a Phoxel generation data. We just need to get access to the Phoxel generation data, which the rule for T is that T is Phoxel generation data. So we just need to say that the rule for you is that where T read-only item Phoxel generation data. Okay, and then we go, don't call this. Okay, why does this not live long enough? Let's get rid of these two lifetime restrictions. Okay, so chunk data doesn't live long enough. Chunk data dropped while still borrowed. Yeah, it's at the end of the function, so stop. Binding lifetime declared B. A equals query it was working before. Why is it not working now? What? Okay, so for some reason it won't let me see what this type is because it's unknown apparently. We also apparently just never doing anything with the task. Oh, it's because we haven't got to it yet. Oh god, look at chunk data for query as query where you're saying that you're a self query item. That seems somewhat internally consistent. Is T equals what? No spacebar equals T lifetime of A? I don't know if that's actually correct, but no, okay. A make out equals. Do you have a type now? No. Chunk data does not live long enough. I could probably get rid of this whole like section in here too, actually. So we can say like query item, and we just say that you just item. Well, your item just needs to inherit make owned where out is no make owned out is self. There it is. Hey, look, impulse make owned. Dot to owned. What is your problem? Your add explicit lifetime A to the type chunk data query A. A. Okay, so A. Then I can use underscore that one. Okay, so you're going to do explicit lifetime, and now it's saying what? Add explicit. Okay, so explicit lifetime required in the type of chunk lifetime A required. A explicit lifetime A to the type of chunk data query AA as chunk data as query T as fucking Phoxels generator as query A. Import make that A. Okay, so we need to like add like a B, and we need to say that like you take in B, so it's a little bit more obvious what one you're actually complaining about not being correct. I think you're the B. And then come down here and go, what are you yapping on about? So B needs to outlive A. Okay. B needs to outlive A. Chunk data still borrowed. Okay, well that's fixed that, but you're now still complaining. So you're saying chunk data dropped here while still borrowed, binding that chunk data declared here, lifetime A declared here, argument requires that chunk data is borrowed from A. Okay. We'll add that recursive logic back in. I didn't seem to mind it before. I don't know what's fucking going on. So can we add more letters just to make it so that like it's not just spitting out the same lifetime all the time? So something. I reckon it's you need to be like lifetime C. And we need to say something like lifetime C needs to outlive something. So you're saying that A needs to outlive C. So A needs to outlive C. Right, and you're saying that chunk data dropped here while still borrowed, binding chunk data declared here, lifetime C declared here, argument requires that lifetime is borrowed from C. So I'm curious, if I get rid of this, is that going to continue to work? No, because it's not actually borrowing from C, it was borrowing from B. Lifetime B must, okay. So B needs to inherit from C. And then A needs to inherit from C? That's weird. So it's like A must outlive B, who outlives C. That's the wrong way to do it. Nope. This is fucked. There's got to be a better fucking way of doing this. The hard thing about this is it's Bevy's doing a whole bunch of fuckery under the scene, behind the scenes that I don't know what, and it's ending up with a lifetime of an A with I can't get rid of. Okay, so what we do is say that the query gets access to T, whatever T happens to be, and then we just need to fucking state that T needs to be able to be used as query data. Stop doing all the fucking around and just say that no, it's T. T needs a type as query. No, it's getting too fucky. Okay. T needs to implement query data, and T also needs a function fn to own, which needs to take in a reference to self and return self, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Self.clone. Okay. Then I need to just get rid of all this weird shit. We just need to import T, where T is send, I think, plus clone plus query data for T, and then we just say no, this type doesn't exist anymore. Just want to get to the point where it works when we pass it references. Make own is an old piece of shit that doesn't do anything anymore. Okay. The type parameter T, T. Wait, what? No, you don't take it. What? What do you mean? Oh, you need to be plus static. Static. I should have fucking committed when I had it fucking working. So need to say like this needs to go away. We just need to say that we take in T, and then so query of T, where T is Fox generation data. So when we go, hey, you return T as query data dot item, but what the fuck is dot item? That's the issue. What do you mean dot item? We need to query for Phoxel data fetch T. No, Phoxel data T. It's what is it? It's fucking it's fetch. Yeah. It's the Phoxel generator, data fetch, and it was okay. So fetch for T. It's where T implements. Okay, it's not a component. I don't need it to be a component, do I? You just need to implement query data. Oh, right. I've probably got that set that you can only do that when it is a component. Right. So T. Okay. So plus component. So you need to be plus bundle. You are then bundle. And then this is just horrendous. So we want to get T, but we don't want to get T. We want to say, when we say fetch, we need fetch needs to implement clone, which is interesting. But fetch isn't the item you return, is it? I don't think fetch is the item you return. Okay, so you need to be modified so that when we say fucking Phoxel, okay, well query. Data fetch So you have access to the world, which I don't think is the best way of doing that, but fuck, I can fix it. You need to be a component, which needs to be a vector of component ID. Okay. So init fetch just does this. We can probably get rid of this. It doesn't need to print that. It's a really dodgy way of doing it. Then unsafe set archetype. Yep. Okay, so update component access. So you need to be for ID in state dot components. Dot iter. And then you need to say access dot read. Add component read, and then that's ID. Now, why the hell is my state broken? Fuck me, this is getting a bit weird. Why do you not know what your state is? For what the fuck? Okay, we need to dereference that because for some reason you know it's not okay. And then when we say init state, we need to say okay, so we know that T is a bundle, so T bundle. We know that T is a bundle. Okay, so that means I need to go to viewer and say, wait, we don't know that T is a bundle. We know that, well, we know we know T is bundle because we've specified there that T is a bundle. And that's the same on this one, right? No, it's not the same on this one. Okay, so you need to also be bundle. Bundle. Okay. Get component IDs. World dot components. Right, let's get a bundle. Look at what it's called. So there's component IDs, which is like get component IDs. Okay, get this bundle's component IDs in the order of this bundle. Get the ID bundles component IDs. This will be none if the component has not been registered. Registered component. Registered required components. One. What do you mean? IDs, mute, impl, fn, mute. The fuck? Why is this? I don't get that at fucking all. It's like a callback. Weird. Get component IDs. That takes in an optional component. Okay, it's like let components equal get new, and then we say fucking let fn let add equal oh, fucking id, and then we say components dot push id. Then we go away, yes, and then we say components, and then we say add. So I don't get why it needs a mutable reference to a function. Cannot mutably okay. This is not, we need register required components. Nope, that's not the right thing at all. Register, and then we're going to get component ID. How did you implement it? So, okay, so component IDs can't fail. Get component IDs can fail. Okay, so we say component okay, so we do this, we say can't something need to be a mutable reference, maybe no. Okay, this gives me immutable. I want mutable. Okay, apparently I can't do that. The fuck do you mean? Component registrar. Right, and then we need to return data state components marker. Cannot call associated function of on trait without specifying the corresponding impl type. Cannot call associated function on type. Use a function qualified path to one of the available. Wait, what? I don't get that one. Impl bundle, dynamic bundle. You don't take in a generic. Right, it's T at bundle. That T is bundle. There we go. Okay. So that's our init state, and then we say we do exactly the same thing here, but with get component IDs, world.component registrar. I think this one just needs world dot, but no, it's just components, isn't it? Just components, except this is my components, because apparently it's got the same fucking name, and then this becomes components is equal to my components. We go up here and we say my. Oh, I apparently put a T there, which is fine. My mismatch type expected. Okay, so I'm gonna say if let sum. No. So you get components. You are going to be a weird ass fucking thing. We need to say like let new failed equals false, and then if let sum okay equals ID, change to ID, else failed equals true, and if failed equals true, return none. I assume that's what this is trying to do. Else sum, so you should be none, that, and then it's just, don't assign it, just if failed, none, else that. Okay, matching components, then we say so for ID in state dot iter set contains ID. And I think we go here and say true. If set contains ID, return false. Okay, so we do that, and then we come down here and we go fetch here. I don't know how I fucking return. So we've said that T is a bundle. I don't think I can construct it from. So get needs to be a component. So how would I get like e dot get by ID, get change tick? Can we say like fetch, which is our read only item? Your item is a dynamic bundle. Okay, sure. So a dynamic bundle, which is a trait, the parts from bundle that don't require specific knowledge of the components of the bundle. Okay, get components, safety, an entity that happens after inserting this bundle. Okay, safety is storage type argument passed into bundle get components. Wait, what the fuck? Must be correct for the component being fetched. Call for each value in the order that the bundle components passes ownership of the component value to func. Okay, no, we want you to return a I guess technically we want you to return T, whatever T happens to be. I think we need to say something like from reflect, maybe. I don't know. It might work. So then the plan would be to say like let u equal Bevy reflect dynamic tuple new represents type. Okay, so how do I default? So get this out here. Let mute bundle equals. Okay, and then we got to say dynamic tuple, and we say bundle dot set represented type, and this is represented type which we need to pass in some. So probably t. So t probably also needs to be reflect as well. Reflect. T. What do we need? Type info. Don't have access to it. Represented type info. So returns type information for the type representing by this value. So, but how do I get type info? Do I have to get something maybe like maybe it's so how do you get this represent type info? How you implement it? Partial reflect. Okay, if I'm represent self dot if some n. Okay, no, we need to be like type info from. Nope, that didn't work. Type info. The fuck can we do with the type info? Type info ty dot ty. No. Type ID, type docs kind, info, type, input type info, cast, as struct info. Wait, import cast. Match self so name. No. Hash. Opaque info. Just how do I make a type info though? Without owning the type. I don't get it. So type info. What can I do with the type info? I can say that it is a tuple, and we say tuple info, and then we say new type. Type. God damn it! How the fuck do I get this? Maybe I could save that in state. Not really something I want to save inside state. So this is with fetch. So this is when fetch is actually called. So how do we init fetch? Init state set init fetch. Fetch has access to the world, which means I can probably say something like world dot type resource get resource. No, wait, do we have to really call get? Probably because it's unsafe, isn't it? Resource. I'm gonna get something like resource app type registry dot read. Nope. So I can't do that. So it's equal some registry equal get resource Go away. AI is going to build up such clutter, but I'm just too quick for this shit. I'm bothered with it. Okay, so next we need to say, okay, get type registry as an unsafe function block. Okay, so we also need to say down here that you need access to the resource, don't you? So we're going to say, not you, in update here, so we need to say update access dot add read resource read the right, we need a component ID. State dot registry registry. Okay, type registry. So then we have to go copy this, go up here, go wherever the state is. We say type registry and just go fucking component ID this, and then when we init fetch, when we init state, we need to say UI equal world dot component Bible for register component for type for app type registry. Does that work? Are you going to complain that this isn't a component? You are. So why the fuck does why do you have an update add resource read? Add access to the resource given by index. Wait. Okay, that's not what you want. You want a T filtered access. Class set index. Add resource read. Wait, no, yes, but T equals component. No, this. So resource dot sparse. Nope. Resource ID. Register resource. Okay, then we say type or ty. Okay, and then we go, okay, we give you give you ty. All right, so then we go up here and we say let some type registry data equals registry dot get t found. Okay, so get the fuck. Alright, first up to do. We need to say you're now unsafe because can't be bothered dropping in and out all the time. Put you here and go, okay, what the fuck is your problem? Boss panic. Thank you. Right, so we have access to the type registry. Registry.read. Let ty equal type registry.read. Ty dot come on. Get type data. Get type info. And then type ID is T. So that's ST. Any type ID of T. Too many dots. Too many dots. Right. So I might want to say if I can fuck you. I'm grabbing right access and I'm going to say get ty dot register. Okay. If let sum td equal ty dot get type info, let id equal id else register t t we want to say ty dot get type info id dot expect just register type should be found. Okay, like that. And then your thing is set td wait, okay, so first off I feel like I should have just done that from the beginning, shouldn't I? Something bundle plus get fucking type registration. A trait which allows a type to generate its type registration or registration of the type registry. Okay, so, something tells me that this lets me just get your type information. Yep. God damn. I hate that so much. Okay, so is that something that's required to be implemented? You need to also from what? Okay. So get type, which means that I can just say all this can just go away. Oh my god. Right. Type data. Type info, which is a static type info. That, and then we can say when we initialize you, done anything yet. When we initialize state, we don't need this anymore. Don't need this. We do need this, which is t. Get type registry dot type info, like so. Don't just go. I think type data. Just actually technically type info. So we do that, and then we go here and we go, hey, missing field initialize. Just get state. So get state's the same thing. We just call type info get type info like so. Because this is slow. So the best way is to grab it there only if you only rarely. So get type registration. Okay, so then we need to go. So when we initialize fetch, we just do something like fetch needs to contain the world as well as a dynamic tuple, like so. And then when we say initialize view, we say we need access to the state. And then I'm going to go hello is, so I want my fetch to be a, that's not how that works apparently, so instead we just say sum like so, and we give you your dynamic tuple. Why do you need a dynamic tuple? Apparently doesn't implement clone, and you require fetch data to implement clone. Why do you not implement clone? Okay, partial reflect. Oh my god, how do I get you? Okay, so to implement clone then? So we can't just clone this, which means we need to say let new vehicle. I just clone it equals it. It just equals it. Okay, dynamic tuple. Default. Right, then we say hey new tuple dot set representing type to self dot dynamic tuple, and then we want to say new tuple dot insert box set representing type. So that's kind of all we got. I'm going to say like for field in self dot dynamic tuple dot field len, so 0 dot dot. We then want to say new tuple set field dynamic get field dot insert field. Okay. Wait, what? A reference dyno does not implement partial reflect dot. Okay, so insert, and then it needs to say this. Oh, okay, so dot. Can I clone you? I don't think I can clone you. No. Let key equal self. No, just get this field. I need to work out what the fuck it's doing. So it's an option. So it's if let okay, wait. So dot expect field specify eld dot I is less than field len which is self dot dynamic. Cannot do that. Nope. Yeah. Okay. Field on. Okay. Yeah. What do you mean? expected enum dot input type get representing type. No, set. No. Rep. Get representing type info. Which then returns an option. Okay, so then we insert this, but so we need to go, we don't know what this is, so p dot, what do we have access to? Apply clone, is dynamic, represents try downcast giant carriers ref, as partial reflect. As partial, okay, so clone, which apparently you have, but not really what we want. Reflect, partial reflect clone. Reflect clone. V dot expect will be clone. To do this properly. Okay, box reflect, and so insert underscore boxed. And then we just push in V. Okay, that's how we do clone, and then we pass in a new duplicate. Okay, then that's how we implement clone on fetch. Okay, so that means that when we say get fetch, new fetch, so let's just say fetch. Okay, so then we say we don't need to do this because we've already got the bundle. This gives us our actual entity, and this says like into that. So we can go, we get the entity, and then we say for so the fetch, I guess, needs to know what components it's trying to get then, because that's a bit annoying that I have to copy that across too. So that when we make this, we say state targets is state components are clone. And then we go same here. That's target itself to target the clone. And we come down here and we go, okay, so for target in fetch dot targets dot iter e dot get reflect target. What? Wait, why have you actually managed to find the thing? That doesn't sound right. Okay, we'll get our target and say get into e dot contains ID, get by ID, I'll get ref, so you don't want T at the time, get mute by ID underscore get mute by ID want to get mute by ID. I just want to get by ID, and we want to say target. So, and then we want to say do I need to enumerate these? Enumerate, and I want to say like fetch dot dynamic tuple dot insert set represented type line. Field. Field mute. Let's do with the I. So then we'd say like I. That's assuming that that's actually got the right values in it, which is not actually going to be guaranteed. Oh god, so we need to do something like fetch. So we need to make sure that your target is like the fetch dot dynamic tuple dot clear dot. If I say set underscore field. So insert. That's the question. Self-represented and type none. And okay. Insert box. Self. I don't like that you reset your field. Set representation type. Which means that I need to actually keep track of that separately, like outside of fetch. I think I checked that. Oh, is it? Tuple type. Except you're a static information. Then when we make a fetch, tuple type is state dot type info. Wait, what? Why don't I have access to my? That's the wrong. Okay. Data state. Yeah. No, it's not there. Where was I fucking putting it? Here. State dot type. So expected. Okay, right. So you don't get a tuple, so you get type info. Type info. That. Okay, right, then we come down here and we say, when I say fetch, okay, fetch will get entity for enumerate, fetch dynamic insert. Okay, so annoyingly, I think I need to just we need to say like fetch dot dynamic tuple equals dynamic tuple default, because if we don't do that, then it'll not work. Then we say and then we say fetch dot dynamic tuple dot insert box. No. This is going to be a hard part because I don't know how to convert. Let's target. So that's not what we're going to do. We're going to say let val equal b dot get by id target. See, this only gives us an optional pointer. If let some else panic entity does not have component. It's probably a better way of doing that. But anyway, kind of just working with the to do no way to return errors in this, which it kind of makes sense because it's. What do you mean? Get by mismatch type, expected type parameter T, found unit type. Expected this type parameter, expected T because of return type. Yes. There we go. Okay, so we have I, and then we say that's a, we've got our value, which we apparently need to say like unsafe. That. I don't know why you're not automatically correcting yourself and going to the right line there, but I need to do it like this. No. What the fuck's your problem? Really? It's thrown off by the fact that like it's got an opening brace somewhere else. Weird. Okay. So we go to unsafe and we say value is equal to the pointer, and I don't know how to cast the pointer into an arbitrary type because we don't know what the components actually are at this point, which is a little bit annoying. With access to the world, which we have, I believe, we can say fetch.world. Can I somehow get components dot get ID, get info, component info, and then so like target. Okay. This will get us some info at least. Get info. Dot expect types already registered. So then we say, what do I go away? Info. Then we say, what is actually inside of info? Info. What do we actually have access to? Clone behavior. That would be interesting. Drop. Okay. Hook. Type ID. Strong type returns a value indicating the strong strategy for client for current. What? The fuck is a strong type? Oh, storage type. Oh, I'm dyslexic as fuck today. Storage type. Okay, so we have required components, name, reflect. No. Is there any way to turn it into a reflect? Clone behavior. That's interesting. I'm assuming clone behavior just holds a thing that's like default ignore custom. Okay, that's interesting. So info. What else do we have? So we've got a drop, we've got hooks. None of those are going to really help. ID. Return. So returns a valid unique identifier to the current component. Is send and sync. Okay. Layout. Returns the layout used to store values of this component in memory. Can you help me? Not really. Size and alignment. Yeah, no, not the right type of layout. I need access to mutable, no name, required components, storage type, type ID. So how do I do this? One way would be just to keep a hold of the type register, and then I could maybe. Well, it's a pointer. That's the issue. Like, how do we turn this into a way of turning the pointer? I just need to deref the pointer down. But I have no way of knowing what the underlying type is. I mean, it's fucking type ID, storage type. I don't think there's any way using the type ID to type ID. Pretty sure type ID is just purely a marker. Like, there's no way to turn a type ID into its underlying type, which means we need some kind of way of getting reflect out of this, and it's gonna take a while. Oh my god. I think we need to make like a new trait. No. I'm so close, but yet so far. There's got to be some kind of way. Like, trying to think if there's other type data available. Is there so if I had this, so let ty equal type app type registry default like that. No, so like let ty equal ty dot read, and then we say like ty dot get. Is there a deref? So we can get to it there. So we say like info dot type ID dot unrep like that. So what type data we would want? Like, I'm assuming there's something like reflect deref nope, yeah, reflect from pointer. Oh, that seemed helpful. Reflect values are commonly used in situations where the actual type of values are not known at runtime. In such situations, you might have access to a constant pointer that refers to implements reflect, but have no way of turning it into a dynamic reflect. There is where reflect pointer comes in. When creating reflect pointer, we give for a given t reflect internally. This saves create function reference t to const ft, which lets you create a trait object from reflect from a pointer. Okay. So what that means is we need to go back to our fetch up here, wherever that's being done, and we need to go, okay, so fetch needs, annoyingly, access not just to, oh, we have access to the, I'm pretty sure we can say type registry, app type registry. I don't think that takes in a, no, it's just a, yeah, that's a type registry arc, which means that we can just clone it cheaply and easily, like so. If we can come down to here and say, hey, you are just, when we you would just say type registry is world dot get resource at type registry dot clone Okay. So get type register clone unwrap expect UI exists. Let's actually make this correct so that if someone app registry exists, I need to be unsafe just for the getting of this, which annoyingly means I probably need to go back and make sure that type registry self dot type registry dot clone. Okay, then we need to go down here and go, okay, so what the hell is your problem? So we instead of just using that one, we say fetch dot type registry type registry dot read here. So we get that, and then we say let. We should probably do that up here somewhere. We're not doing it in every loop. And then we say let sum if let sum from pointer equals tr dot get info dot type id dot okay, wait, I thought that was supposed to be an option, yeah. Dot expect all component have type id question mark else panic from pointer not found on type. So we want to get I think it's data, get data, type data, and then I think we, because I hear that it's reflect from pointer. Okay, and then when we get to here, we say from pointer no, we're gonna do it in here, right? So we just get rid of the if and say let some get rid of this bit else panic, which obviously leaves the yep. And then we say let val equals from pointer, then give it val like so. That should give us a boxed line reference. Okay, apparently not. Dot from pointer. Okay. We call it once. Okay, wait. So calling that returns us the okay. So this is like our from okay, and then we say unsafe from fn pointer which is val, I think is what the point was, and then we say let val equal, which gives us a okay, but I want like a boxed, so box new
gonna say dynamic tuple. Or can I call clone it maybe? We'll find out. So it's like val val equal val dot reflect clone dot dot expect all components should be clonable. We say fetch dynamic insert boxed this, and then when we get to here, which is the end of the wait, why have I got an unsafe inside an unsafe? That was a bit weird. Then we come to here, we go we say fetch dot dynamic tuple dot set representation type to fetch dot type so it's some and then I'm pretty sure you return a reference type or something. I don't know. What is your return type? So we don't need to know what I is because we do that. Okay. So set representation type. Then we need to say you need to return self item, which item is just equal to t. So we need to say that that is fetch dot dynamic tuple dot. If I said downcast, insert boxed into there is dynamic reflect okay found for struct. Okay, what do I do? How do I apply? No, that applies to something else. So, reflect crate name reflect run if pipe map is field get field chain before and after ambiguous with G okay reflect clone actually if I say reflect clone can I then call as deref how do I as partial reflect try as reflect as bind group shader type as partial reflect dot try downcast the value of type by immutable reference. If the underlying value does not implement reflect or is not the type T, returns none. For remote type T should be the type itself rather than the wrapping type. See, it's not going to work because okay. So, but how I turn a dynamic dynamic tuple dot. So apply if the implementation then okay if T is struct then but how do I
is dynamic 100 fields. So what that makes me think is I need to go like t from reflect, and then give it fetch dot dynamic tuple. Dot as partial reflect dot expect all components should be reflectable. No, all components should be bounds. Mismatch type expected bound t from reflect. Wait, what? Return. There we go. This is probably going to panic like crazy because I've just been fucking patching everything together. T does not implement from reflect. Okay, so you need to implement from reflect. From reflect. I don't like that I had to resort to using reflect, but get type registry. Okay. This here. So plus type registry, and then probably plus reflect. It's reflect. That's reflect. Then plus type registry plus reflect. Okay, so T is not a component. Why does it need to be a component? You don't specify that it needs to be a component, do you? I assume you don't. T needs to be a bundle, not a component. Bundle. Somewhere I've obviously stated something that needs to be a component. You said you're a bundle. It has to be bundle. Bundle info. Where have I stated that T is not a component? Consider annotating it with a component required for T to implement the bundle. Wait, T is not a component. Consider annotating T with the hashtag component required for T to implement bundle. Required for chunk manager data fetch T to implement required for bounds in query. Consider further restricting type T with trait component. What? Okay, do I have to come down here? So, see, query data. It's trying to claim that query data. It needs to be a world query, which it. I don't get that one. Bundle, okay, read only. So this is the world query, which again, world query doesn't require it to be a component. So why does this requires T to be a component? You don't have to be a component to be a bundle, do you? Bundle. I don't think so. Up here, go bundle. Bundle doesn't have a requires. No, it says dynamic bundle send and syncs, and then dynamic bundle doesn't require anything. So why? What do you mean? So query.
T is not a component. Get. Method get exists for struct, but it's trait. RQ query item. So when I call get, this. Query item D, where D is query item, read only query item. Yep, okay. So there's nothing that says that you have to be a component. I don't get that one. Where is this restriction coming from? This component. So somewhere I'm obviously saying something has to be a component. None of this is relevant. No. Nope. So why are you saying that you need to be a component? You don't need to be a component. First off, we don't need to be in C anymore, so let's do that. I'm going to say T is Phoxel data. Why are you saying that T is not a component? It's not a component. Consider T, annotating T with drive component required for T to implement preload bundle. It's not required, is it? Consider further. So, what do you mean? This does not in any way require. Wait. Unimplemented message self is not a bundle. Invalid bundle. Consider annotating self. So it's actually Bevy stating this message. So tracked it down. It's going to be that I'm passing in. No. T is not a component. It doesn't have to be a component. So what the fuck? First off, let's go here. Let's go. What if I said that your this is a okay. I don't know what your fucking problem is because it shouldn't matter that you're not a component. I don't state anywhere that plus component's a requirement, plus component. I do actually, but so it could be like any of these that are doing that. There we go. It's not likely, but it could have been. What are you saying? So you don't work because expected. So yours not working because your one's not working. And then you're not working because apparently you're not component. Okay, required for T to implement. You're saying that Bevy query data for T. T. Well, first off, I've specified bundle twice reflect. Where are you? You just have that. Why have you just suddenly turned into a big fucking thing? So T does not even. It's because this needs to be also things that implement a bundle. There we go. And then you're saying weird. Bundle. Hey. Okay. Now we get to find out if this fucking works. Map ID is not a valid. Is not valid to request
as data in queries. The trait is not implemented for chunk ID in a comp by using. Okay, is that me fucking something up, or is that again the compiler yelling at me because I'm weird? So chunk ID is not. Where exactly do you think that's actually happening? Interesting. Generated a clone. Interesting. So you're complaining. Okay, so that's got to have something to do with me, right? Where the hell is it? It's in here. It's wherever this monstrosity is happening. Read only is self. Yep, is read only true. Item is item. Somewhere up here, we state that fetch is this and state is this, and then this implements world query. World query T, which is a Phoxel generated fetch, fetch, which should be the type that we actually. Interestingly, can I then pass data here? Yeah, cool. And that's the. Which removes the last point that we actually need to have. Alright, so what the hell is your problem? So you're saying this isn't correct? Maybe I should just try compiling it because it could just be a spawn world isn't working. I'm just gonna run with a give it a run and actually find out where it crashes, because so map chunk is not a valid to request as data in a query. The trait bound query data is not implemented for chunk ID. If mapped chunk ID is a component type, try using, or yeah, follow. Okay. So it's more likely that it's just doesn't satisfy this trait because it doesn't satisfy default. Right, you need to be default, reflect, and from reflect. Oh, you can't be, okay. Wait, so you, this macro used by, okay, so if I run this again, what do we get? What do we get? So invalid query data, function not a method. So invalid query data. No, okay. The fuck do you mean invalid query data? It's getting very confused by the fact that I'm tossing this shit around like it's query data. So it's basically just saying that you don't implement the correct type, which is annoying, but manageable. Except that's the issue with tying into Bevy like I did, is that instead of saying, hey, you don't have this type, it's saying like, hey, you don't have something, and Bevy is getting very confused about what that something is. So definitely map. Need to go to chunk ID. Need to go put a comment here. Okay, so send sync clone. It's got clone query data. Wait, you don't need to implement query data. That's very incorrect. No, you don't implement query data. No. I implement query data, so I can use you as a query. Okay, cool. So
block descriptor is not a valid request for, okay, that's not even in the right place, so that's how you know you've broken stuff. Okay, doesn't satisfy generate, okay. So, function, so it's saying pub struct does not satisfy std default can't satisfy. So are you saying that chunk data doesn't have default? That doesn't sound right. I thought I put default on it. Chunk ID, it's got default, so that's not what the problem is, unless I didn't save, and then that could be a problem. Main, run it again, come back again. Okay, so what are you complaining about? You're saying pub trait. So the trait, generated data must be implemented. Okay, so it's saying I can't do that, which is required for. Okay, so you can't do that because this is not implemented. So okay, what if I said pub impl of voxel generated data for chunk ID? And there's like one method, and I don't think I actually need to implement it. Just do that. And go, what are you going to complain about? What are you actually missing? Apparently nothing. Which is interesting, because it means that I've got like overly constrained like implementation. You know what? It's probably the fact that I pub trait and then now pub impl is query data. That's a problem. Now it's going to yell at me that I've got multiple implementations of it because I yanked something out, and let's see, it crashed immediately. Okay, well, it's depressing. Panic. So expected type information tuple but received tuple struct. Interesting. So that one kind of implies that, yeah, conflicting function. Interesting. So I guess that's interesting because it got the right piece of data, which is very good, very good, very good. So expected tuple, where set, okay, dynamic tuple. Right, so we have to go like main. I think I know how to fix that really easily. So if we go to wherever the monstrosity of code is that sets all this stuff up, and we go, hey, when you set the representative type, which is here, we say like if fetch.dynamic tuple dot fieldlen is equal to 1, then and then else do this weird stuff, and I think you return this, and I think what we do is we go you, which interestingly, how am I getting from point out? Cool. So I think that means that we can say dynamic fieldlen. Otherwise we say dynamic tuple dot field 0 dot unwrap expect exactly one field. As partial reflect. No, so we just I guess it's something like T from reflect well, it's like dot expect component should be found. Okay, so I need to return. So if I try, nope, that didn't work apparently. Okay, so then I go main, and then I go run, and I go, I wonder if it'll crash this time. Almost certainly, but the fact that it crashed because I tried to assign its type when it was the wrong type is good, I guess. Nope, crashed again. God damn it. Why did it crash this time? Panic at expected tuple info tuple but received tuple struct. Tuple struct. Wait, what do you mean? That's probably happening way earlier than I thought it was. That's. Can I like make it not a dynamic tuple then? What could I do instead? Like, I want to keep hold of the dynamic tuple because I don't know the type, but in theory, what I could do is say fetch data fetch. So this is a dynamic tuple. So what we need to do is like go like dynamic. It's like a type, I guess. I don't know. Type, and then we say like Bevy reflect dynamic triple struct array list struct dynamic variant. No, reflect it's like dynamic dynamic tuple. Vector dynamic tuple, and it's like, but when we call something on you, like you return like a type info, which then has like a different struct. So this is what we're looking for, something like that. Kind as how do I fix that? Dynamic tuple dynamic struct. I think it's this, isn't it? Bevy reflect. And then we just say no, it's a box fine reflect. So out of curiosity, box dyn reflect like into any as ref into reflect as reflect. Not one. What does try downcast actually do? Self.try as reflect. Type path downcast. Phoxels just the name of the plugin that I'm making that will then just render voxels. I'm getting a bit distracted at the moment. I'm trying to
finish this up so I can go eat. So don't maybe it's a box reflect. Sure, let's go dynamic. Let me say this, and then we go dynamic reflect dot fields. Interesting. Okay, so we need to do like different logic if it's a struct. So let tuple. Yeah, so match self dot dynamic reflect dot as ref dot. No, that would have to look. Is it partial reflect dot? Try downcast apply partial equal reflect debug get type info get represented type information. Reflect kind thing? No. Okay, so so tuple. So if it's a tuple, then reflect kind. So we don't want to reflect kind, we want like info. Get reflected type info. Dot unwrap maybe? Unwrap. Match itself. Okay, so then we say type info and all the others are to do. So then if we get tuple, we want to go do something here with a tuple, which is the stuff that we do here. Wait, this is clone. Never mind. Don't do it here. Got dynamic tuple. It's not dynamic tuple yet. Dynamic reflect clone, except I need you to be dot as par reflect dot clone dot reflect clone dot unwrap. Okay, and then we just say either way. Clone just does this. Okay, and then we say, okay, so this is init, and this is just a dynamic tuple, which except it isn't a dynamic tuple anymore, it's a it's just a box new T default. I think I've said that T has to be default. I don't know. At this point, it's getting a bit out of control. I need to rewrite this whole fucking thing. I just don't have time. T, which T has bundle reflect. T has to have default as well. All right, then we go here and we okay. So fetch, and then we say this doesn't work anymore. Then for target in, okay, so then if you go something like this, which is something like match fetch dot dynamic fetch dot, okay, so do that, and then we say for target. So this is if it's a tuple, list info, So if it's a if it's a tuple, you need to do all this stuff. Except I'm going to say target is fetch.target to iter. So we're going to be like something putting out here and be like let dynamic the tuple equal dynamic tuple new. No, it's not new, it's defaults. So, and then we say first we need to be immutable. And then we go through each field, and then we say dynamic tuple get dynamic tuple insert, and then you get to when you get to here, you say wait, what do you mean dynamic tuple doesn't implement reflect? Okay. Dynamic reflect dot apply. Dynamic tuple dot as partial reflect. Okay. So then we should just be able to do this like we were doing, which it's good. So we can do this, and then we just say the dynamic reflect dot as particle set. No, that's not right. It's this dynamic reflect and then this, and then we go all these others that do except I think it's saying it's a tuple struct. Found a tuple struct. So tuple struct is what you found, and then we go at dynamic struct tuple dynamic tuple Bevy reflect dynamic tuple struct default, and then we go for target in here. What is a dynamic tuple struct? A tuple struct which allows fields to be added at runtime. But like, what's the difference between a dynamic tuple struct and a dynamic tuple? Probably name, I guess. Who knows? So then we do exactly the same thing, because apparently it has exactly the same fields, which is kind of hilarious. Struct info. Wait, this is not the right place. No. You stay at 2D, and you do this. And then we go tuple struct info. What is the tuple struct info compared to it? I'm assuming it just tells it more. So type, fields, unnamed fields, custom attribute, docs. Okay, but like tuple info. What's the difference? Just copy this. Don't cut it. Copy. And then we go back to wherever we were. We just go we go. Can I just paste that here and be all like type generic fields. Same. It's custom attribute. Okay. Apparently, custom attributes is the difference. Right, fine. So then we do this and we say dynamic reflect, dynamic struct apply. We don't need any of this information. Oh, we might. We'll find out. So what's still broken? You're saying that T doesn't implement default. So then we can go back to main and run this and go, is it just going to crash again? Who knows? I really don't know at this point. It's driving me spare. Okay, crashed again. Why did it crash? Because it says from pointer not found for some type. Well, that's helpful. So I need to say ty dot can I get wait tr not ty tr dot get type name info info dot type id dot expect can I just let some info else right, then we say panic about to get pointer point. So this needs to be dot unwrapped, and this needs to be info dot type name type path, I guess. I don't know, I think type path's probably right. If that's some I don't know why I wrapped that in curly braces. Did it again? Where these curly braces keep going from? Okay, now it'll at least tell us what type. I'm assuming it's going to be like IBEC3 isn't registered or something stupid like that. What do we get? So it better not be like fucking from pointer not found for type. Hence of course just click that if I haven't registered the type it's not going to have a fucking name. So I need to work out what that type is. How do I work out what that type is? What do I have access to? Just its info. Dot. Wait, doesn't the component have a name? Yeah, it does. Okay. Panic failed to get or type info dot name. That's a much smarter idea. Because when you register the component, it gets registered. There's name added, so I can track it down. Work out exactly what I need to add to the type registry, I guess. Okay, panicked, and what did it say? What type did I try to get?
From pointer not found for chunk ID. Okay, so how do I actually register that then? So, it's gotta be like in here somewhere. We say like get state, init state. When I do all this, can I say like let ty tr equal world dot resource type app type registry dot clone, because I'll use it later. Then we want to say tr dot let tr equal tr dot read dot write, I guess. And then we want to select tr dot register type t. Because we're saying chunk ID is not registered. Okay, so just register yourself. No method found type. No, dot register. How it works. Type t. Why are you complaining? It's not mutable. Okay. So register that, and then we want to drop tr, and then I guess you don't have the state, do you? Okay. Weird. I don't think I need to keep the state anymore. Yeah. Okay, it's still panicked, but it panicked, I think, earlier this time, which is interesting. Mismatch kind, result. Where did you panic? Reflect, apply. Found kind to kind, struct. Right. Oh, wait, what? That's interesting. Where is this? And here we go. First off, mismatch from kind tuple struct to kind struct. Get struct chunk manager. No. Get state to. What is it? It's up here somewhere. Not you. It's gotta be below. It's in here. I can shrink down. Okay, so first off, that's very confusing because that implies that first off you detected as a tuple struct. Fetch dynamic fetch as partial reflect. Okay, just quickly check here and go. You're definitely main, yes? Lib. Yeah, you're just adding it as a chunk ID, and then I don't think at any point, like I add you, but then all I do is call chunk plugin, and then pass in chunk plugin, and then pass that to you here, and then you pass it to that, and that does its magic there. So T the whole time is chunk ID. So when I go my data, whenever I create my data fetch, this is a box reflect, which from clone is just cloned. But when do I make a new one? It's probably that's what's broken. Type. No, I called t.default. Okay. I actually have access to the type registry anyway, that's kind of fun. So tuple info. So somehow tuple struct info here. So it thinks it's a tuple struct. Well, because it kind of is a tuple struct, isn't it? Mismatch kind found struct. I'm only thinking it here because I only have like 2 places that I apply. I just made you a struct. Dynamic struct. Dynamic struct. It needs a name. Okay, so we're going to leave you as a dynamic tuple struct. And then we're just going to print you, I guess. Print line, like I want to know what dynamic struct looks like. Because according to this, it detects that it's a dynamic struct from when I create a new. I don't quite understand that because it's detecting as a the one I've got stored. It's detecting as a dynamic. Wait, what? So it just wraps it and just says 10. Yeah, so that's the chunk ID there, and then it's just wrapped one further. So why is T passed to this? When do I create this actually? But interesting point. See, the T passed to you is still just T, and the T passed to you is still just T. So can I guess when I init fetch, I want to can we like let T equal T default? Then I want to print line T, no, T. T is, and then we want to go T equal T dot as reflect box box new T, and then we want to say that you actually get T now, so that should get the type reference dot into. Okay, I don't want to keep adding stuff, but I kind of need to debug. Dot as partial reflect, as reflect. As partial reflect. Dot T dot box. To dynamic. To reflect. To reflect, no. So to dynamic, and that probably means I need to go change this to, instead of being a partial reflect, like that. Plus debug. Okay, and then it's pass you T. And then you're saying you're a box, okay? Yeah, no, you want one box. And then you want to say box tiers, and then we want to run this and just want to see what these values are, so we can be like, yes. In fact, okay, so then we want to say here, debug. Not debug, debug. Come on, I just want to get this fucking done so I can go. It does not, he's not implement display. Okay, right, find you and you implement reflect, but I think one of the things with reflect was you have to implement debug, but anyway. Plus debug. Okay, then we go. Okay, so your problem is that chunk ID does not implement the correct type, and then it really doesn't like. So we go here and we say hello, yes, please, 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 debug. Then we go main and we go run and we go. It could be that partial reflect fixes the problem. Can't see why I would. I got to be reassigning it somewhere. It has to be what's going on. Okay, crash. Good, good, good. Go up here and go. Okay, so we create it and we say tiers chunk ID and then tiers boxed dynamic tuple struct. Box map chunk ID dynamic struct. Okay, one dynamic struct, dynamics tuple struct. What? That's even more confusing that you seem to like dynamic struct landlife. What the fuck? But then it crashes because dynamic struct your mismatch type tuple from kind tuple struct to kind struct, but they're both dynamic tuple structs. So I actually don't know. I think at some point, because my state holds something, my state holds type info. Do I accidentally override the type info at some point? We set that there. We don't actually touch it. We init state with the type info, and then we get state with the type info, but we never reassign it. So I don't know how you're getting what you're getting. So when we say apply, okay, so I've got to work out where exactly I put this. Come on, data fetch. Where am I extracting it? It's down here, isn't it? Something. So the insert box here. I think somehow I need to be like, equals, apply, u equal t, from reflect, and then we pass in dynamic struct as partial reflect, and then we just leave it like that, I believe, like this, and then we say reflect t from reflect expected struct box, and got okay, from reflect dot to dynamic. So if I do that and then I said main and then run, does that fix it? Maybe, I don't know. I really need to just fucking call it right. It's not working. Yeah, no, it's not working. So why are you not working? So something found manager expect. Let's say
Call them, I expect. All components from reflect. Yeah, but okay. All right, I'm just calling it on that because it's all components should be found. It's like it's not reflecting properly, so it's not. Okay, I give up. And end the stream. I'll see it tomorrow when I'll probably start the game jam because it starts like 1 in the morning for me, and I'm probably gonna sleep until like 9. Start it, you know, fun. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll maybe work on this later tonight, but I gotta eat. Goodbye.